Good afternoon, everyone, and I do mean everyone. Well, most of you this week. Sorry for those that would normally join us via Facebook. Unfortunately, we didn't get much further than this last week before my Facebook posting privileges were revoked. Seems someone didn't like the music we were playing, and for some reason, someone at Facebook, probably just couldn't be asked with week after week being objected to, and they carried it through. So I'm banned for a while. I don't know when that's going to be back. Doesn't bother me too much, because you know what? There's no stopping us. We're still coming out live and proud via YouTube. So what's going on today? Well, here's the mission statement. LAM Live is a series of live streams for kink-positive, consenting adults during UK lockdown, providing a space where we can connect with our community and share some space during these difficult times. We'll try and stream as much content as we can, but you know what? We are going to be subject to gaps because of content takedown and all sorts of silliness, but we'll do our best. One of the first things and most important to crack on with is a little bit of a save the date coming up, and this is for the 17th and the 24th of April. And this is the schedule for the rest of the day. At 1 o'clock, we'll be going over to our newbie introduction. At 2 o'clock, as you may have seen on FetLife, unfortunately, the Kink Shrink can't be with us today. Unfortunately, we can't schedule anything other than a replay of one of the sessions, and we'll be doing that at 2 o'clock. Then at 3 o'clock, we've got a special birthday book reading with Zach of Dirty Sexy Words. At 3:30, we've got some comedy with John, the Kinky Life Coach. And at 4 o'clock, there'll be some updates on what's going on. One of the important things, what's going on, we're going to tell you what the save the date is for the Manchester reboot. Simple as that. Couldn't get any better than that. It's not our normal venue. They won't be open till June, so we're coming at you before then. So you'll have to wait till 4 o'clock, but there is good news coming. Don't forget, throughout the live stream, there are going to be a series of adverts. Don't worry, there is no popcorn concession in the lobby, so you don't have to worry about that filth monster, Hanshi 57. Risen from the dead, I tell you, no less. But there we go. You don't need to have to worry about him. But there are going to be some adverts. Do remember, please, these are awesome people. We're all having a difficult time. Send them a little bit of support if you can.
Another turning point, a forks in the road. Come grabs you by the wrist, directs you where to go. So make the best of this test and don't ask why. It's not a question, but a lesson learned in time. Something unpredictable in the end is right. I hope you had the time of your life. So take the photographs and still frames in your mind. Hang it on a shelf in good health and good time. Tattoos of memories and dancing on trial. For what it's worth, it was worth all the while. Something unpredictable in the end is right. I hope you had the time of your life. Something unpredictable in the end is right. I hope you had the time of your life.
And a quick and huge thank you to all those that have got yourselves a bond, basically a discounted entry ticket from second event onwards. Or if you don't spend them in time, you can cash them up for LAM cash. Simple as that. Spend it on the door, the bar, spend it on the stalls, whatever. It's as good as cash. And the bonus is we're doing draws on a regular basis. The last one, won by Mistress Sapphire. £100 of LAM cash and 2 tickets to the event on the 24th of April. What more could you want than that, eh? Coming out, bit of shopping, bit of an opportunity to grab some food, bit of a drink outdoors, and £100 cash to spend on the day. Simple as that. And all she did, got a bond, helped us out. It's our little way of repaying it. It's as simple as that. And don't expect just when we get back to normal that those bond holders, there'll be no future benefits. Trust me, we've got quite a few interesting ideas in mind. One of the ideas that has been interesting for us over this period of time, going online, something we never thought we'd end up doing as an event. But you know what? We realised there's an awful lot of people out there that we didn't reach any other way. So part of celebrating that connection is with all the stalls each month, they let us know where they're shipping to, what kind of items. February, the most unusual and furthest item was a custom head. Went all the way to Hong Kong via Jed Phoenix. Beautiful paper mache item, that. Well, we've had some entries in for March. March isn't over yet. So when it is, we'll tally them up and we'll be coming at you with a result on that one. You don't even have to enter those ones. All you're doing is just shop away with the stalls. And if we think it's an unusual one, then we'll put you into the draw for that. Simple as that. Prize, well worth winning. You'll have to ask those who've won what it is, though. Speaking of awesome things and awesome stalls, this one who've joined us in a virtual capacity during lockdown, Unchained Designs, some awesome inspirational pieces.
Are you a superhero? Are you fighting injustice in this world? Do you want to kick COVID's butt? Then grab a mask to outlast this pandemic. If you're into the themes of punk, fetish, gender fuckery, or neurodiversity, this is for you. Come, join the other misfits, freaks, and weirdos, and celebrate your own unique expression!
Get up. We want you to get on your feet. Stand up, stand up. Come on, get loose with the heat. Right now, right now. Think about you till you black out. Black out. So get the fuck up. Get up, cause we gon' light up this place. We got the business for days. Cookie GA from the outer space. So cover and dock, you're out of luck. We don't give up. Yeah, we're going up. Next floor is us. You're riding with us. Get up. We want you to get on your feet. Stand up, stand up. Come on, get loose with the heat. Right now, right now. We go party till we black out. Black out. So get the fuck up. Anything that's good. These are the things you go to work for. Anything that I come right here. From you and you look here. I'm on the yeah. Anything. Some foolish face he doesn't care for. Everything that I come right here. You see that child up under your hair. Nothing too sexy. Tell them it's your time for me.
And here we go, coming around to 1 o'clock. It's time for our newbie orientation. Let me just check the stream. There we go. That's a bit better. Here we are. We're up at 1 o'clock. Do us a favor. If you're not already a subscriber, lean over, tickle that button, spank it, slap it, whatever is appropriate. You've got our consent to do so. It's the best way you're going to find out what's going on. Simple as that. If you are enjoying today, do us a favor, show some appreciation. Slide over, give us a thumbs up, a like, whatever is appropriate on the platform that you're on. And equally, if there is something that resonates, do us a favor, please share that content. So what's going on in this session? Well, kink positive message from me, couple of updates from me, introduction video from Phil, well worth watching every time, consent is like a cup of tea, and then some messages from the store, the rest of the crew. So what is this kink positive malarkey? Well, it kind of sums up LAM and LAMchester events. It's as simple as that. You know what? We're completely open to everyone. Well, almost everyone. That's a long story, short story. Read the manual. Simple as that. But at the end of the day, we really don't segregate people based on their gender, their sexuality, their ethnicity, their background, their social position. It really doesn't matter to us. We'll go as far as to say, I don't care what's between your legs, who you want to between your legs, how many people you want between your legs, if you want no one between your legs, if you want to change what's between your legs, it's entirely up to you. All we ask is that you accept that kink is a positive influence in our lives. You know what? You're completely vanilla, as long as you're just not judgmental when you enter our space. And equally, you can be dressed in normal clothes, you could be dressed in kink finery, you could be dressed head to toe in rubber. It really doesn't matter, as long as your genitalia are covered. It's as simple as that. Obviously, we're going to encourage fetish wear wherever possible, but whatever makes you comfortable and helps you to integrate into our group and environment. Talking about easy things to integrate, here's a little bit of a hint on hog ties from Trust. So it's time for some messages from me. Well, first of all, most importantly, whatever it means to you, stay safe. Okay, it's been a very challenging time. Some people have not come through this particularly well. So do what you can to look after yourself and the people that are connected with you. I mean, physically connected in the environment around you, the people in your household, the people that you are in your support bubble, or just the people you reach out to for a chat and to make sure that they're okay, because it's a difficult and challenging time for a multitude of reasons. I've said this a couple of times. It's always worth repeating as far as I'm concerned. We all have choices and options in how we engage with every single situation. You can be positive if that's possible. It's not necessarily the right thing for everyone to do, but if you can remain in that positive space, you'll get more done. If you can't remain in the positive space, then do yourself a favor, slip into neutral. Okay, bit of self-care time, pay that attention to yourself. But whatever you do, try and avoid slipping it back a gear into the negative, because you know what? Particularly at times like this, there's no one who needs that kind of attitude and malarkey. But there we go. Outside of that, stay clean. It's not just about hands, face, space. Wash your hands on a regular basis. It's also about use this time to actually tidy your toys, look after things. We've got some great writings on that subject. The Kink Shrink's written on it. I've done workshops on it. You know what? Refresh yourself on that content, because while you can't use your toys, keep them clean and tidy, give them that care and attention, and they'll last that little bit longer. Outside of that, we're asking you where you can, please be supportive to the stalls. Either just send them a message, let them know that you're thinking about them, because you know what? They're not working for large organisations with vast HR departments and teams of people to have Zooms with all week, apart from Fridays. So it's a little bit more isolating for them. So a little bit of contact is much appreciated. If you can, share some of their content on social media, because you know what? We can't put people in front of them. And at the end of the day, we don't quite get the 600-700 people through the door at these kind of events per month. So at the end of the day, we're asking you to share a little bit of your time to help get those messages out about these cool people. You know what? We've all had a birthday during lockdown. Mine was a couple of weeks ago. In fact, today, it's the 52nd live stream. It's got to be a birthday. Simple as that. So, you know what? What a great resource for buying people presents, because you know what? The gift that keeps on giving. You might get to enjoy using it, or you might get to enjoy receiving it, but it's as simple as that. If you are shopping with a stall holder, mark on the comment section, I'm not being a mug, and we'll enter you into a free draw for a limited edition LAMchester mug. If you are watching along and you want to take a selfie, then by all means do so. Take it, hashtag it LAMLive, put it up on social media, tag us in it so we make sure we can find it. And on Mondays, we do a draw for everyone who puts them in to win a mug. And don't forget, we've also got a Telegram group chat that runs throughout lockdown. Equally, the best dressed out of all those selfies each month will win an extra prize. Couldn't get any better than that. Well, could, but not until November, when we're taking over a whole hotel for a weekend retreat. The bad news for some of you is the hotel is now sold out. There is a waiting list up on the website for people who want to get hold of daytime tickets or evening tickets, subject to them being available. But at the moment, we don't have a crystal ball. We don't know what's going to be feasible in November. So we're just committing to a waiting list. If you want to know, sign yourself up. It's the waiting list that we'll hear first and foremost. Well, actually, it's the bondholders that are here first and foremost. Then it'll be the waiting list. Then it'll be everyone else on the live stream. Talking about the live stream, this is what's going on the first Sundays of the month and the fourth Sundays of the month. To replace the LAM and LAMchester event, there is always going to be a bit of a long one. Workshops, content, whatever we can put together for you. But then we don't leave you high and dry for the rest of the month. On the other Sundays, the 2nd, 3rd and occasional 5th, we're going to come at you with a quickie edition. Slightly shorter version, usually 1 o'clock newbies, 2 o'clock healthy mental practices, 3 o'clock book reading, 3:30 comedy, 4 o'clock News and updates, simple as that. But we do have some changes today, as I've previously explained. Unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, the King Shrink can't be with us. Our backup isn't available because she's already in sessions. And unfortunately, I can't even have Jerry host with me because he's clearing and shredding Ivy for the day. No, I don't mean Mistress Ivy before any of you panic. I mean Ivy from a house. But there we go. I mentioned the bonds before. Here's the details up on the screen. If you want to support us, get yourself a bond. They're good for daytime entry into second event onwards after lockdown. Or if you don't use them with 18 months, you can quite happily cash them up for LAM cash. Spend it at the bar, spend it on the door, or spend it with any of the stalls. It's as simple as that. But the next draw, that's going to be April the 4th.
Party time.
And if you're looking for a watch party or place to hang out with like-minded people while LAM Live is on, look no further than our crew chat hosted on Jitsi. Let me just cut and paste the details into the appropriate windows. There we go, and make sure that goes to everyone. Voila. And that's usually hosted by Boo, who should be there. One awesome stall who joined us first time in 2020, Ironic Crafts, all the way down from Scotland. Probably best way to introduce what they do is to show you a quick mini workshop. Now, don't worry, if you think these slides go too fast, all you need to do is just remember this space on the video and watch it on pause. Simple as that. And if you're looking for places to chat to people when LAM Live isn't on, then there's also the Telegram group chat that we run through, have been started throughout lockdown, and the details are also posted up on the screen. Swap stickers, say hi, find out what's going on, catch up on announcements. It's a great way of just remembering there are lots of kinky folks still out there.
Hello everybody and welcome. If you are new here, my name is Adam and today we're going to be talking about the Absalom. But first, let's roll the clip. Roll it! If this is your first time watching, then welcome to Godmiche. Here, we create, sculpt, mold, and make all of our own sex toys. Toys we want to use as people, toys we want to use as a couple, toys made for the purpose of pleasure, not to mention look there, beautiful. So if you're all like, high fives to sex toys, then subscribe to the channel and drop a like on the video. With that said, let's see this Absalom. This is the Absalom. It's been created for those people who thoroughly love the sensations of texture through penetration. What we mean by that is a texture you have to insert into the body in a thrusting motion to feel the sensations of that texture. Sounds good, doesn't it? The Absalom is perfectly cylindrical, smooth, and has a deep groove ribbing that's easy to clean, comfortable to use, and offers a large amount of texture sensation. The Absalom comes with a Godmiche octagon base that's super easy to hold and thrust, even when your hands are covered in lube. If your body loves a strong, pronounced, bumpy texture, then the Absalom was created for you. Absalom is made in a platinum grade silicone, comes with a large flared base, making it safe for anal use and harness compatibility, comes with a Godmiche lifetime guarantee, and is available in any colour imaginable, because that's the Godmiche way. You can buy the Absalom today at Godmiche and start enjoying this mind-blowing texture.
And I've said it before, I'm going to say it again. If you fancy taking a selfie, you are more than welcome. You're in your own home. Our normal no photography rule does not apply. Simple as that. All we ask is if you do post it on social media, hashtag us and enter into a free draw for a mug. Simple as that. Stay home, stay safe, and above all, stay kinky.
Hello, Jed Phoenix here. I thought I'd do a little voice update about what's going to happen with the brand for 2021. For those that don't know about Jed Phoenix of London, we're an alternative leather fetish clothing company that specialises in menswear, women's wear and garments for those in between. But we're also going to expand, especially in 2021, into other items of style and fetish. It was actually Cosmic, who organises London Alternative Market, who commissioned a new rope bag to be made at the end of 2020. And this reinvigorated my desire to make Jed Phoenix of London more of a lifestyle brand rather than just a clothing brand. And as many of you know, there are plenty of people out there, mainly LAM stallholders, who make and sell the most amazing equipment, tools, floggers. When you think about going to a club, how do you transport those goodies to the club? You want to transport them in something that's safe for the toys, safe for you, and looks stylish, right? So this is something that I'm definitely looking forward to for 2021, is making more stylish tool bags and rope bags and things like that. I will, of course, still carry on making corsets. I'm so passionate about corsetry and making corsets that are for men and for women and for those in between, and that are different from the normal busk corsetry that you get. And then no doubt my mind will come up with some devious new clothing items as well to complement the corsets and also to go with the equipment bags that I intend to start designing and making. With little access to clubs and going out, it's been quite difficult to be really creative for the past few months. So if you've got any feedback, input, ideas about what you want to see from Jed Phoenix of London over the next 12 months or so, then please just get in touch. And I hope you're all safe and well and coping with this crazy, crazy world as well as possible. And I look forward to seeing you all in 2021 at some point when it's safe to do so.
Hi and welcome to LAM, such as it is. What LAM likes to do is provide you with a space, place and a time to express yourself and how you want to be within consensual bounds. We can't do that at the moment because of the quarantine, so what we're doing is a virtual LAM instead, and welcome to that. We've got a lot going on. We've got stall holders on display. We've got different forums, different rooms. We can still provide you with workshops. So we are hoping that it provides you with at least a little bit of a fix to get you through this really dark time. So if you go onto the forums, you go onto wherever you got this video from, you'll find links to Zoom for the workshops. You'll find links to stall holders. You'll find everything that we can possibly get together at the short notice that we've had to organize something like this. If you have any suggestions, if you have any comments to make on the format that might improve it, then yeah, please do let us know. LAM is very heavy on consent. We like to make sure that everyone feels like they are comfortable and like they're not going to be pressured by someone. Consent is like a cup of tea. You can offer someone a cup of tea, but they're not obliged to say yes. They can say, you know what, I don't like tea. Tea's rubbish. I want coffee. And that's fine. That's their decision. You know, they're not under any kind of social obligation to accept your tea. In the same way, you know, if someone says, oh yeah, I do want a cup of tea, there's no reason for you to say, oh, you must finish that cup of tea. They're allowed to say, actually, I'm halfway through and oh, I don't know, it's not agreeing with me, it's not sitting with me, I didn't want it as much as I did originally. And that's fine for them too. That's totally acceptable. You can't accept a cup of tea if you're unconscious. And as one of my crewmates would rightly point out at this point, please don't be unconscious at one of our events. That's not okay. We like to give you these hints, tips when you come to LAM so that you can navigate the world of kink safely, because ultimately it's up to us to self-police it. If you come up against a problem, if you let us know, we can do something about it. If we don't know, we can't do anything about it. But we will be there to have your back. There have been times where people have violated the rules of LAM and literally been thrown out of the venue. That's hilarious, by the way. Really recommend just being a voyeur for that experience if you ever get the opportunity. But that really does bring me nicely on to the rules of LAM for when we do go there, when we do go back. First and foremost is no photography. No photos. No photos. We say no photos. When I'm there in person, I get everyone to repeat it back to me after a 1, 2, 3, because it's such an important rule. You see, if you're just taking a cheeky selfie in the toilets and someone wanders into the background, just passing by, and that photo ends up somewhere on social media, on the Twitters or Instagrams or whatever else, then, you know, someone could recognize that person in the background on there. And if they're in a caring profession, you know, they deal with vulnerable people, they could lose their entire career. Doctors, nurses, lawyers, carers, teachers, all those people we're really relying on at the moment are really vulnerable in the kink world, and it's up to us to protect them. There are some exceptions to the photography rule. We do have crew photographers on standby. We have crew who can help you take photos if the you know, on your phone, if you want to take a photo of something, or you know, you're looking at a stall and think, I don't know if my friend wants to put this up their butt in green or in purple. We can help that. Okay, we can give you that assistance. The crew works really, really hard to get you through the day like that. We put in a lot of effort just because we want you to have the best day possible. This is new to us, so be patient, this virtual event. We hope you enjoy it. Thank you very much.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, hey, would you like a cup of tea? And they go, oh my God, fuck yes, I would fucking love a cup of tea. Thank you. Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, hey, would you like a cup of tea? And they're like, you know, I'm not really sure. Then you could make them a cup of tea or not, but be aware they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important part, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you are entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say no, thank you, then don't make them tea at all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, yes, please. That's kind of you. And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time that it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind. And you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they're unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea. And they can't answer the question, do you want tea? Because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea. And they said yes. But in the time it took you to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down. Make sure the unconscious person is safe. And this is the important part again. Don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, Don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they're safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it going, but you wanted tea last week. Or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat going, but you wanted tea last night. But if you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you're able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand it when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to go make myself a cup of tea.
The ashes of the loud, but all that stand the dust. Cheap plastic protein thrills, and never count the cost. Eat your words and incantations, spoken lacerations. I repeat and I repent of leisure. Every sin I spend in pleasure. We're just the same. In heaven's name. Noise, we are lost. We are
Another turning point, a fork stuck in the road. Time grabs you by the wrist, directs you where to go. So make the best of this test and don't ask why. It's not a question but a lesson learned in time. Something unpredictable in the end is right. I hope you had the time of your life. So take the photographs and still frames in your mind. Hang it on the shelf in good health and good time. Tattoos of memories and dancing on trial. For what it's worth, it was worth all the while. Something unpredictable in the end is right. I hope you had the time of your life. Something unpredictable in the end is right. I hope you had the time of your life.
Hello again from Affordable Leather Products. Well, as you may have heard, there's some great news if you come to visit us at the London Alternative Market, because the markets will be starting again very soon. And we have 5 of these LAM £5 discount vouchers to give away. To win one, all you need to do is subscribe to our YouTube channel and either leave a comment or make sure that your subscription is public so we can actually see who you are and know that you subscribe to our channel. Just visit our website at affordableleather.co.uk and click on the link that says come and visit our YouTube channel. Once we reach 100 subscribers, we'll draw the 5 lucky winners, and you can use the vouchers as a discount off any purchase at a London alternative market, or to get yourself a free entry to the market instead if you prefer. Whichever you do, we hope we see you soon, and we look forward to your custom. Visit our new, revised and updated website at www.affordableleather.co.uk.
Hello, this is Daisy from Daisy's Floggers. I've been trading for around 6 years now. I sell mostly floggers and whips and plus-size ladies' clothing. The whips that I trade are all made by Alpha Whips. He's based in Germany. He's my best friend, and he makes absolutely superb whips. I love what he makes. He's so creative. His colours are fantastic. The whips that he makes are really, really top-notch. My floggers are all made by hand. I select finest quality leathers. I hand turn the wood myself, and I also use really lovely shiny metal handles. I love my job. It gives me freedom of expression. It gives me freedom of time. I like being creative. I like trying to do something that nobody else is doing. I love going to the markets. I love meeting people. I don't think there is a better job for me anywhere. It's just fantastic. What's the best feedback I've ever received? Well, one night I was at a club and I was admiring a pair of floggers that a young man was using. And I asked him where he got them from. And he said he really couldn't remember. He'd been gifted them, but he could put me in touch with a really good flogger maker who he was close friends with. And after a long time waxing lyrical about this particular maker, I asked, well, who is it? And he said, Daisy. And I said, I don't know you. He said, I don't know you either. I said, yes, but I'm Daisy. It was really nice to get the compliments, and the poor young man blushed very, very red. But yes, I can make floggers. And if you have something in mind that you'd like me to make, I will make you something. It will be my pleasure. You can contact me outside of LAM either by my website, which is daisiesfloggers.com. I'm on Facebook as Daisy's Floggers. I'm on Twitter as Daisy's Floggers. I'm on Instagram as Daisy's Floggers, and I'm on FetLife as Daisy's Floggers. So you can always get hold of me one way or the other. I am around. It's just me in the business, but I do pick up the mails pretty quickly. Hopefully the website's up and running now. It's a brand new one. Had a few teething problems, but hopefully everything's working now. Otherwise, go through LAM, and one of the LAM crew will get in touch with me, and I can get back in touch with you. Thank you very much for your interest.
Are you a superhero? Are you fighting injustice in this world? Do you want to kick COVID's butt? Then grab a mask to outlast this pandemic. If you're into the themes of punk, fetish, gender fuckery, or neurodiversity, this is for you. Come, join the other misfits, freaks, and weirdos, and celebrate your own unique expression!
Hi everyone, it's Phil again. Just want to talk to you a little bit about our traders at LAM. Traders in the kink community are a pillar that upholds the entire community. They produce and supply all of our equipment and toys. Without them, we'd be screwed. We wouldn't have anything to play with. And at this incredibly difficult time, we ask that if you can afford to, if you are in a position that where you can purchase items, we are encouraging you to do so. Most of these traders are self-employed. They are not looking forward to the same benefits that most people get during this quarantine period. They are also looking at being, very, very curtailed in events they can get to, things like that. So we really want to support them, because without them, there's a hell of a lot less fun. So please have a look around, go to the trader stalls, links, go to their shops, their Etsy places. Don't be afraid to ask them questions. These people are some of the most experienced people in the kink world that I have met in my 15 years of running around and acting like a complete prat. And I love them all. They are amazing people, and we want to be able to do our best for them. Also, just a small note to say, if you see something and think, oh, that looks nice, but yeah, no, I kind of want it in blue to go with my outfit. I want it in red to go with my outfit. I want it blonde. Just ask. Most of these people make these things by hand themselves. And yes, that does mean they have a devilishly inventive imagination. So yeah, go ahead, ask them, do your thing, let them do their thing, let us do our thing. Let's stick together through this crisis. Thanks very much.
Party time.
Today we're going to be talking about toys made for wanking. Hello everybody and welcome. If you're new here, my name is Adam and today we're going to be talking about the offbeat. So we're going to do our very best to talk about the offbeat. If this is your first time watching, then welcome to LAMchester. Here we create, sculpt, mold and make all of our own sex toys. Toys we want as people, toys we want to use as a couple, toys made for the purpose of pleasure. And today we're going to be talking about toys made for wanking. So if you're all like, high fives to sex toys, subscribe to the channel and drop a like on the video. With that said, let's get into it. This is the offbeat. It's a reusable silicone penis masturbator that comes in two different sizes for two very different ways of playing. The only differences between these two offbeats is the obvious. Size, 2 inches and 4 inches. Other than that, the offbeat is exactly the same design and exactly the same texture. The offbeat had to be super comfortable to hold, so its design is based around the grooves and the shape and width of a general finger. So if you have a look, each one of these grooves perfectly fits a finger, and then your thumb wraps in just there. This makes the offbeat incredibly comfortable to hold. Design also means if you suffer with muscle or joint issues, it's actually really easy to hold, even lightly, because of the grooves. The internal texture is just simple, but really effective. It gives a large amount of texture sensation during use that actually feels quite natural. Other than the two different sizes, the offbeat is identical. However, each size has a very different way of playing. So let's start with the original, the Venti, the larger 4-inch version of the offbeat. This was made for just wanking. This toy was designed for longer, deeper strokes with the sensation of texture all the way up and all the way down. The 2-inch Grande, however, was made for serious head stimulation. This is all about twisting and turning and edging and getting to a point and stopping. So this is really a teasy kind of toy. Cleaning the offbeat couldn't be simpler. Do you know what? It's going to be that simple. I'll show you how easy it is to clean. Use offbeat. Wash. Dry. Put away. Clean. Easy. Anybody can clean the offbeat. It is super easy. Every offbeat is made with a soft platinum grade silicone, making it hypoallergenic and body safe. Also, as you've just seen, super easy to clean. Buy your offbeat today at LAMchester and become a wanker, just like me.
Shut up and sit down. Shut up and sit down.
Now, as we come round to 2 o'clock, unfortunately, as some of you may have seen on social media, the Kink Shrink called away as an emergency today. Unfortunately, my stand-in, my replacement, the person I was going to call on, they're already engaged in other things today, so I can't call upon them. I can't even don the wig and lean in and replace Debs myself because the person who would be hosting that room for me unfortunately, they're also otherwise engaged. So unfortunately, I'm the last one standing in the room, but that doesn't leave me out of options. So what I'm going to do is, after the quick introduction slides and just going over the do's and don'ts, I'm going to hit replay and I'm going to go over one of the previous episodes. So just as a matter of course, if you were joining this, we would ask you to mute your mics, particularly if you've got background noise. Ask questions because it's important. You know what? This week, you're going to have to save those questions for the next session for the Kink Shrink, which is going to be on Thursday, the 1st of April in the evening. Add the Kink Shrink after, obviously, because it's a great way of finding out the content that she's producing. Remember, not always, all of the time, there is some degree of understanding that needs to be had within these conversations and keep them in context. Don't message others in the room without permission. Go and play with yourself on camera. It's just not appropriate in this space. Don't say anything you wouldn't be happy having recorded. Although today, don't worry, you can shout it at the screen. No one's recording what you're saying. And also, please don't make avoidable assumptions. If you do wish to support the Kink Shrink, there are the details on the screen there. And what I'm going to do now is just transition across. There we go, and press play. And this is from August 2020.
Well, Megan, have I tried zero? Yeah, no, I really hate Coke Zero. As I was saying, I tried that. I try it continuously because I think it'd be so much better for me if I have it. I've never liked it. Don't know why. I want to like it because I think it's the right thing to do. So, gives me a desire to feel physical pain. It seems to cut through the grey and legitimize my emotions. It also means that someone, the top, is paying close attention to me and witnessing my emotions. This is something I've kind of spoken about in the past, and this is something I'm really interested in. So if you want to type your answers and say what you think, I'll read those out too. But this is an interesting question for me because the first thing I'll say about it is if your top doesn't know that they are almost self-harming by proxy, and that's a very dramatic thing to say, but there's an element of self-harming by proxy here because I need the pain to cut through and legitimize my emotion, which is what self-harm does, self-injury does. So what self-injury does is it gives you a physical reason to feel the pain. It allows you to connect emotionally and chemically with the pain that you're feeling, which means you emotionally connect. So that facilitates the connection. So if you get rid of depression, I like that word, like, yeah, I'll come back to that one. Because Cosmic's just written, is that gay conversion therapy? Can you change someone's sexual identity that easily? So there's quite a few things going on here for me. I think if you're the only reason you are sexually bottoming is to create pain in order to feel, I'm going to argue that's maybe not your sexual identity. It's become a facilitative process within which to get what you need. And then if that's the case, you need to inform the top so they know what they're doing too and why they're doing it. I'm going to argue that actually, though, on some level, that's probably not the case because we don't often go to others for pain. We often create it ourselves. So there might be an element of both. I have in my past been, this is really true, I think I've said it before, I have been interviewed by male dominance more than once when I'm about to see a female submissive. Work that one out in your head. I've been interviewed by male dominance when I'm about to see their female submissive. Because what they're saying to me is, you're not going to change her, are you? She's not going to not like this anymore. How can she still be the person that I am with? And that's the fear. So like Cosmic's saying, is that conversion therapy, can you change someone's sexual identity that easily? You can't. You cannot change someone's sexual identity. You can make them believe in something else for a little while, maybe like gay conversion therapy, which still isn't illegal in the UK. It is in some states in America, and it's an abhorrence. I never thought that I would ever meet somebody connected to gay conversion therapy. And I've been doing this for quite a long time, and I've got over 50,000 hours. But literally only 9 months ago, a young woman came to me and said, please, can I have gay conversion therapy? I do not wish to be a lesbian. It goes against all of my religious teachings and ethics, and I don't want to. That's very difficult, isn't it? And I said, no, I'm not going to do that. That's not going to happen. That's not the way I work. I will help you come to terms with how you're feeling, maybe. I hope so. And we can discuss the Bible and do different things, but I'm not going to give you conversion therapy. I don't think we can get away from who we are sexually that easily. We can hide it. We can disguise it. We can do all sorts of different things. So the risk here is if you become if you are depressed and you become not depressed, or you find some way out of depression, if you're really that frightened of losing part of yourself, if it is there purely to give you an injury, to create pain, to help you deal with how you feel, then actually that might change. It might not be that it is changing your sexuality or changing who you are, but it might have a little bit of an influence on it. It might change the sort of pain you like or the sort of play you like. That again said, there's no research on this either. So as somebody who's been doing it for 38 years, what I can tell you in those 38 years is how much I've changed. I used to like X, but now I like Y. I used to like A, but now I like B. And sometimes I might go back to A, but not so much. So I think we change anyway over time. And clearly my body marks differently. It does different things. That would probably be the extra aspirin and all the other things I'm taking as well. So I'm really aware of drugs and stuff. So I think the reasoning is really important here. Can you get over being depressed? That's an interesting one as well. I think we come to terms with depression, and I think people can find different ways of coping rather than feeling depressed. I don't think if you are sexually submissive, I don't think it's something you can just get rid of. So that's difficult. I'm just going to have a look at that. So I'm going to come back to you, Katie, I promise with that. I'll get back to it in a second. So that was the first question. Anyone got anything to add on that? What do you think? So if somebody uses play, so intense physical sensations can help mitigate alexithymia. Yes, it can. It can, Jed. I agree with that. It really can, as long as we know that the other person is party to that and understands that. Because for me, that's a consent issue as well, that we both need to know that I'm getting this out of this. I just need you to hurt me today for this. Please, can you just facilitate my need? And we can self-harm and self-injury and do things as well. But I don't think the question there is if you, yes, it is similar, isn't it? So Scarlett says, when I'm in intense emotional pain, I become more masochistic. I feel this is similar. And we are. Or if we've got a numbing. So people say, but I don't feel anything, I'm numb. Numb is still a feeling as well. It doesn't change. So numbness is still a feeling, I think, as well. The second question that this person asked, and this has been here before, and then I'll go back to yours, Katie, as well. So how much can kink heal trauma? This is one of my favorite subjects. I said this one quite a lot. And does it ever get to the point of not wanting to have a scenario played out anymore? My fantasy is very linked to my past, daddy issues. I think it's something about being able to play out past trauma, but come out on top, hopefully, because it's negotiated and there is care at the end. Now, I really appreciate that half the room are about to hate me, and that's okay. I'm all right with that. Or no, you don't hate me. You hate what I say sometimes, or you might disagree with what I say. Kink cannot heal trauma. There you go, in a sentence, right? Kink cannot heal trauma in and of itself alone, just as an idea. If you look at all the experts on trauma that are around, and there are lots of them, from the Beth Rothschild to Bessel van der Kolk, there are loads of people who are really good at trauma. If you repeat trauma again and again and again, you are processing it on a cellular level, but you're recreating the trauma rather than doing the processing. When trauma is experienced, it's not experienced. That's the problem with trauma. It's so awful. We block it from getting through, because I won't go into memory because I've done this before so many times, unless people don't know what I'm talking about. So we can't process trauma. We think we're doing it because we've got consent. So we're in a different headspace. However, when trauma happened, you didn't give consent. You're in a different headspace. So I think you can play it. So you've got some things going on, and you can help with a few ideas. So you can do that as well. So it can do a little bit. So you can get some exposure going. However, the problem, honestly, the problem with recreating trauma in a consensual environment is that your brain doesn't know the difference between you consenting and not consenting. So it'll give little chinks, it'll help a little bit some of the way, but it won't heal the trauma. Does that make sense? The only way to heal the actual original trauma is to process the trauma and to see it through. So that's very different. No, but a lot of people don't actually fully remember or know their past trauma properly either. We do, but we don't experience it on that level. And in fact, if we have, we've probably processed the trauma in a really good way or on some level. So someone wrote PTSD and somebody wrote, I don't think I would ever want to relive any of my past trauma. I think it's really difficult. And Zoe wrote, do you agree that kink can help with past traumas though? I don't think it heals it, but I do feel kind of it's helped me over time. Yeah, I think it can. But then the problem is with that question, Zoe, is there's a little bit like somebody might say CBD oil helps with cancer. I take CBD oil. I also take some THC on a very microscopic level. I'm doing lots of things to help with cancer and to help to counter the drugs that I'm on. However, because there is no test or research, how do we know it isn't just time? How do we know whether it is the CBD or the CBG or the THC? And how do we know whether it is just the other drugs that I'm on? There is no way to tell. Because what we also know is some trauma for some people some of the time is that we get better, we heal quite naturally as well. And it might just be time, or it might be that we're playing with it, or it might be that we're playing with it. And actually, I've said this before, I met someone at LAM 5 years ago who had some very serious trauma around blood choking, and would often do it as part of a performance. And then I was pulled upstairs, and I remember saying to her, I admire you. You play on a very brave, extreme level, playing with that again. And we were talking about it. And I was saying, I don't agree with it. And she was saying, it's absolutely brilliant. It's really helped me with trauma. And then I remember about 3 years ago being rushed upstairs or downstairs, I can't quite remember which, when someone said she's having a full-blown panic attack. Can you help? And actually, it all just came up. So she'd been playing with it for a good few years. And actually, it made it worse in the end. So that's not same for everyone all the time. It's not. We're all different. And I then said to her, please get some proper help now. So I think if you're going to play with kink, I think you should also have trauma therapy at the same time. There again, how do you know then which one works? This is the problem that we've always got. How do we know which one works and which one's really making the difference? Because we can say, in my personal experience, it's made all the difference. If I turn around and say, well, I take these oils and I take some gummies with some THC and that's helping my hand pain and my hip pain, but I don't know if it's that. I can't prove that it's that. And this is the problem that we've got. And I don't really want to put anyone in a traumatic position and then play with them afterwards to see which one works. That's the other issue. So I think it can make a difference, but I don't think it heals trauma, because that was the question. Can it heal trauma so I never have to play it out again? That's such a heavily worded question. I don't think playing it out necessarily helps us, because it re-traumatizes on that cellular level. And if you really look at trauma, that's what's stated all the time. So then we need proper trauma help. However, if you go to most therapists are not trauma trained. We assume that they are. They're not. You have to do a different course to be trauma trained. And you've got different form of trauma therapies, and it's not often talking therapy. It's third party. It's time to trust. It takes a long time. And you can do things like EMDR and different things. And EMDR can be brilliant for some people and make other people want to kill themselves. So can therapy. It's a bit like taking an antidepressant. So it's all of those things. So that's a really interesting thing. So let me take this bit by bit. So I've got that person's question who's just written to me privately, but I want to go back up to Katie's question. Any tips on a relationship where a relationship anarchist poly person is dating someone monogamous, except communicate? Any experience and proto tips aside from don't, but yeah, I'm cynical and jaded like that. Thanks. This is also very appreciated. To be clear, the mono person is fully on board and has experience with this. The poly person is the one who has this as a new situation. I think it is communicate, but I think it's even the words, right? So what does mono mean to those two people? And what the hell does an anarchist poly person mean? I understand what it means in theory. I understand what it means to me. But if you ask different people, they see it in different ways. So I think what those two people have got to talk about is how do they see and experience and feel relationships? How do they experience and feel and see attachment patterns? How do they see jealousy? How do they see communication? How do they see time? Because time is of the utmost in that relationship. If you've got somebody who's saying, well, I don't do relationships, I do this, and this is my form of relationship, but then what does that mean to me? And I think what they've got to talk about a lot of the time is their expressed paranoid fantasies, their stories and their fears over what will happen. From a poly perspective, anarchist poly perspective and from a monogamous perspective. So it is communication, but it's what form of communication? Because even those titles, if I turn around and I said to you, oh, so you're an anarchist poly, I want to know what that means. I know what it means from a title perspective, but I don't know what it means to you. And what we don't tend to do is communicate with words properly. We don't define the meaning of words together. We don't talk about the words that we use. If I turn and say, well, I want you to be faithful. Okay, well, I am faithful. I mean, all I did was get off with that person at a nightclub last night. You mean sex, don't you? And it's like, no, I don't actually. So if we don't define what we mean by words, especially with kink and relationships, we end up in trouble. Well, I only took their phone number. It's fine. I only had sex with them. I didn't kiss them. That's faithful, isn't it? That's loyal. No, it's not. And it's also, what is a relationship anarchist? What does that person mean by that? And then if they're poly as well, what do those things put together mean to that person? What do they need to avoid, want to avoid? What do they need to get, want to get? And the same for the person mono. And why are these two people then coming together to form a relationship that's very different, that has different desires and different wants and needs from both? And if they don't put their wants and needs and desires out there, how do they make it work? I don't know if that helps at all. And yes, the devil is in the detail. It really is. If we don't work on, what the fuck do you mean by that? Honestly, I spend so much time when I work with couples just defining what they both want and what it means. And if we don't work on that, then we have to have a discussion. Right, so I don't know if anyone wants to add anything to that. Very helpful. I think this will help me a lot. Thank you so much. Oh, you're really welcome. I hope that does help. It is about, I think as well, it's about sharing perspective. And imagine you are teaching a toddler. Teaching? I don't know what teaching is. It's some perverted thing that clearly I'm about to get arrested for. Imagine you are teaching a toddler. I've been accused of a lot of things. So teaching a toddler is a very good idea right now. So what I mean by that is if you are just trying to explain in the most simplistic terms what this means, how this is where I'm coming from. If you do that, this is what's going to happen in my head. This is my paranoid fantasy. But make it as simple as possible. So, oh no, I think this sort of thing. So teaching is a new verb and we should all do it all the time. Even if we're an anarchist poly person or a monogamous person, we should all be teaching. Fucking hell, whatever that means. Right. Oh God, you are turning into a dad. That was a dad joke. Fuck. We all know that's one of your hard limits. So are dad jokes. Right, so somebody asked me what I think of TRE trauma, TRE therapy. Trauma? Jesus, on my brain. TRE therapy. From the Urban Dictionary. I'm going to write my own. I talk so much shit. I'm going to write my own dictionary one day. So I have come across TRE. By that, do you mean tension, stress, and trauma release? Is that what you mean by that? So what people often mean by that is that it is a form of therapy that works on tremors, muscles evoking, body release, and it's exercising. So you're working on what you're getting. So I think if you can look at muscle release, it can be really helpful, because if you look at mitochondria and you look at the body and the way it works, and our nervous system, you look at the base of the spine, basal ganglia, where we feel pain and where we work things through, mixed with our brains, lots of shit in all of this. I think if we can, adding teaching as a life fetish. Okay, that's funny. It is. So if we can look at, so I think that can be a good thing. However, if the person purely concentrates on the body, doesn't concentrate on the brain and the relation between the two. So I think if what I would want from a TRE therapist is I would just not want that person to focus just on my body. I would want that person to also focus on what then happens in my mind and my brain and how that works as well. All therapies work to a certain extent. The problem with any therapy is you've got to fucking believe in it or not. That's what matters. And it's about the relationship you have with the therapist. So you can go to a therapist and say that let's say tremoring really helps, TRE, that stress release helps because it's doing something in the body. So that can be really helpful, but it's more helpful if you believe in it. It's more helpful if you have a really good relationship with the therapist. It's more helpful if you think, oh, well, yeah, come on, prove it to me, which I've done sometimes with hypnotism and didn't realize my phone was on, sorry. So I've done that before with hypnotism and with tapping, for example, EFT, which I've used as well, but they don't kind of work on me. So I'm a bit more cynical about them. So where I believe in them and I back them up for other people, I think, in my experience, they don't work for me, therefore they will not. So with any therapy, what you've got to do is believe in the person that's doing it with you, and also understand. So what people tend to do is often focus on body. We look after ourselves, we can do some fitness, we can do all these things. Okay, so it's a tool I've learned, but yes, there you go, perfect. If it's a tool that you've learned and you use it alongside some form of therapy, then great, it works really well. It's a little bit, I say this quite often, it's a little bit like cleaning your teeth, isn't it? People think, well, I've cleaned my teeth, therefore they're clean. No, you have to clean your teeth every day, twice a day, preferably. But most of us don't, do we? We just, when it comes to our mental health or our wellness, we do some exercise and we go, yay, or we eat well or do something, we go, yay, and then there's a bowl of ice cream on top, all of those things. All of those things you have to look at holistically. How am I looking at all of myself? So if you are getting into a deep muscle memory, then that's potentially there, because when we experience trauma, our body experiences trauma at the same time. So whether we're conscious of it or not, we will tense up, our body will change. I've said this story before. Many years ago, I worked with a little boy who had seen lots of therapists, and his parents came to me and said, can you help? Because he's seen loads of people and he's not getting anywhere. And I said, well, what happened? And it turns out he had some major surgery and he woke up in the middle of the surgery. The anesthetic wore off. So he felt the pain in the moment of what was happening. And luckily, the anaesthetist and somebody else had noticed. He can tell you about the people that he saw. He can tell you about some faces with some masks. But every time he was talking about it, he passed out. And the reason he passed out is because the anaesthetist in that moment pushed in a load of extra anesthetic, so he passed out. So your body remembers that sort of stuff. So we had to build up a very different form of relationship, and it was 6 months in before we even brought it up. So he had complete trust in me, and his parents were saying, fuck, you know, you've taken longer than anyone else. And I said, hasn't worked with anyone else. You can't say that. It hasn't worked with anyone else. He's seen 3 therapists and all he does is pass out with them. And it took us about 9 months, but eventually we got through. We eventually got to, actually, he could talk about it with lots of different techniques and different things. Now he doesn't fall asleep when he talks about it because his body has worked through the stuff. But we needed to use his mind to enable his body not to remember what it did at the time. Does that make sense to people? I hope that makes sense. So often our body will respond in a certain way because of an experience or a memory, and we then have to overcome that. Right, so the next question. Okay, private question. And Vara, I can tell if you want to talk about your a trauma here, you can. If you don't want to, that's okay. So decide what you want to do if you want to talk about that, because you did just say, I don't want to talk about my therapy, my trauma. So you choose what you want to do and let me know if you want to. I wouldn't bring it up if you don't want me to. So another private question that came next on the list. I had to end a 9-month relationship with a BPD sub. So after she devalued me and started questioning my self-worth, do you think BPD is a very common situation in DS or rare? It's also a hard limit for me. It's besides being hard as the partner, I feel like I'd be hurting the sub. So do people know what BPD is? It's not actually called BPD anymore. So that stands for borderline personality disorder, and it's now called emotionally unstable. And BPD is often what you get with somebody who's got BPD I think labels are helpful because they can get us extra help, but I think labels define us often too much. And BPD is a very strong label. It's quite a difficult one to get, but it's a difficult label if the person has been properly diagnosed. A lot of people with bipolar, a lot of people with all sorts of things get misdiagnosed when they are actually BPD. And if you are BPD, you are not your definition. But what's happened is there's definitely, with most people with emotionally unstable personality disorder, is trauma. It's absolutely trauma-based. And what you get with somebody who's got EUPD or BPD is a push me, pull me. It's don't you come too fucking close, but don't you dare leave me, mixed with, please, I really need you, come and help me stay close, but don't come too close. So it's like this a lot of the time, and you don't know whether you're coming or going. And the reason it's called borderline, because sometimes at points of people on the extreme end of emotionally unstable is they will have some form of a very light psychotic episode where they might not remember. So they're on the border of going into psychosis. That's why it was originally called what it was. However, a lot of people aren't on that border. They don't live there, and they live on the lower end of the spectrum of that. Do I think it's really common in DS? Yeah, I do. There's plenty of people with borderline who come into DS. And the reason they do that is because of the attraction, because of trauma. The other reason a lot of us do it is because it's an intense set of emotions and it's an intense set of connections. And somebody with borderline is going to have issues around attachment. They're very insecure, very avoidant, and they're very frightened of the attachment, because as if you come close to me, you're going to hurt me. So go away. But I need you to come close to me because I need you to see me. So please don't hurt me. And it's really like you don't know where you stand. So there's a real attraction in kink and the extremity of the chemicalness of kink. So if you look at typical situations with somebody with borderline, self-harm and self-injury comes into it, addiction comes into it, anorexia comes into it sometimes, or sometimes binge eating. It's always about the extremes on either end. And you also have some very high-functioning people with borderline. I think if I was ever going to have been diagnosed with anything at any one point in my life, in my 20s, it probably would have been borderline. I didn't have the trauma that went with it, but I think it's to do with my attachment. My attachment can be quite avoidant at times. I saw someone, I finished with them. I was already in bed with someone else 2 days later, and then I saw someone else the week after as well. So the attachment varies for different people. So borderline always comes from a place of some form of trauma. It might be a harder limit for you, and I respect that. However, what someone with borderline really wants is for you to love them. Absolutely love me, and it is tricky. So when I tend to attract borderline as a therapist a lot, and what the person wants is a lot of contact. So sometimes I know if I've got someone with EUPD, they can text me 50 to 100 times a day sometimes, and a lot of therapists will say you shouldn't allow anyone to do that. I have a slightly different approach with borderline, with EUPD. I let people with EUPD do that because they need that attention. And when I know I'm getting somewhere is when all of a sudden I haven't had a text from them for like 3 or 4 days. We know we're doing well. And somebody with EUPD in therapy, a lot of people outgrow it in their 30s. If they don't outgrow it, whatever that means, strange phrase, but that's how it's written. If people don't grow out of it in their 30s, it's going to take 5 to 7 years in therapy at least. And they need dialectical behavioral therapy, maybe some EMDR, but that can make the trauma go worse. And it's not so great for your reputation as a therapist if you've got somebody with extreme EUPD, because they don't work well in relationships. And then they'll say, oh, my therapist is this person. And the person will think, oh gosh, well, they're not doing very well. Why aren't you cured yet? You've been in therapy for 6 months. Some things take a lot longer, and EUPD is about being broken inside. It's about feeling really insecure, and therefore impacts the other person that you're with, because scared, permanently scared. And we have to learn how to respect that and work with someone on that, which really matters to me. Checking Urban Dictionary, define internal slang for quarantine. Originally, many times misspelled that word, or social media. Oh, there you go. Thanks. I'm glad it was helpful, Katie. Have you ever come across theory? Yes, I have. Adding checking as a fet life. Right. Where are we? I'm having good results with art therapy for my CPTSD. I have a good relationship with my therapist, but it took years to find the correct people. And that's exactly what it is. It is about connection. When you connect with someone, it's like any relationship, isn't it? If you are very connected in a relationship, hopefully with somebody who's had training as well, rather than just a friend, that does good things for you, doesn't it? But it's the same with friends as well. And it's not until something goes wrong that it really tests. And that's the other thing. So people with therapy, with therapists, is it also needs to go wrong, because whether you like it or not, you put a therapist on a pedestal. It is never an equal relationship. You put them on a pedestal because you want them to fix you, cure you, make you better, make you okay. And they need to have had a lot of training. But for me, I don't ask what my therapist is trained in. I don't think I'm that interested. I'm interested in what experience they've got, how many hours they've got. And the other thing I'm really interested in is how much personal therapy have you had? I've had 500 to 600 hours of personal therapy. It's high. If I meet someone and my therapist has only had 20 or 40, to become a qualified therapist, you can get away after 3 years of having 120 hours of personal therapy. Well, I know people who've had more than that who are clients. So I want the person to have matched my journey in some way, shape or form. Right, so next person's question. I'm getting through them quickly, I promise. Recently opened relationship of 15 years, online for now because of the pandemic. We're both out of practice with romantic interactions with other people. Expected pattern has emerged. Wife gets to sort through lots of bad matches and has thereby found a couple of good matches. In 1 month, she's interacted with dozens of men online and has quickly been able to begin to define what she does and doesn't want, and is getting more choosy. This is great, and I'm happy she's getting this experience. I have had 3 interactions that have gone nowhere and never pushed past getting to know you level stuff, then ghosted. I'm very frustrated and jealous of the experience that my wife's getting to have. And that then causes me to fixate on stupid stuff like, well, you're playing with that guy in the way you refuse to play with me. Fights ensue, then we make up, then we repeat. We've gone through that maybe 2-3 times in the past few weeks. My question is there anything I can do to get more interaction and find my own matches other than be patient? I'm going to change that question a little bit to the person who's asked me privately, and people can absolutely respond to this, and I will catch up with your messages. At the moment, they're off my page. Sorry, I will get down to them as soon as I can. Okay, I'm going to say something really opinionated here. If you are not coping with opening up your relationship, which you are not, don't open up your relationship. Sort out the problems first. Don't use opening a relationship to sort the problems. Someone with a vagina will always get more offer of cock inside it, without a doubt, right? They just will. That's just life, because what a lot of cocks, this is not all the time. So I'm not just saying all men all the time or all people with cocks, right? I'm not. So don't take it as that, please. However, a vaginal opening will go, I know, I'll slip in there because that's quite handy, without the connection, without the interaction a lot of the time. Whereas a lot of vaginas are sometimes more fussy about what goes in it, because we want a connection, a brain or sex or different things. And if you are feeling resentment, us people with vaginas might be saying, oh, okay, hang on, I can feel like, what do you want from me, or what's happening? Ghosting, 76% of people ghost, I think it is. That's what I wrote. I think I wrote ages ago a thing of, don't be a cunt. People ghost all the time. Why? Oh, it's such a new phenomenon when it comes to online stuff. People ghost. And then they zombie. They turn back up 3 months later. I literally just got a text this morning. I told someone I didn't want to see them the other day. I was chatting to him. He refused to wear a mask. He's all full of himself. And I said, you and I will fundamentally disagree about some basics on life if you don't think it's right for you to wear a mask, because I'm a human being who needs protecting, not so much now, but I certainly did at the beginning of lockdown. I'm a year out of chemo now. That makes a big difference rather than 6 months. So for me, I was like, I want you to wear a mask when you're out there. I've looked at the science, I read it. And he was very much, now you're just being led by economy. You should. And I said, we won't get on. We won't do that. And then this morning, I got a message and it'd been deleted. So of course, I say, I hope you're okay. What do you want? I said, well, you deleted a message. Like, to me, it's just a way of manipulating me. And then he wrote as the next bit, he said, oh, I was going to say hello, but then I remembered you just carelessly tossed me aside. I was like, oh, love, the manipulation in that is phenomenal. And I just laughed to myself and I wrote, okay. Fucking hell. People are incredible. We have to look at the way we talk and what we do. It might be that your communication is different. It could just be that your wife has a vagina, therefore people want to stick something in it. And it's that physical aspect that comes. I don't know what you both look like. I don't know how you are. I don't know what that means as any part of it. I don't know where you're advertising. I don't know where you're both getting success. But if you are getting jealous and you're getting frustrated, you need to talk about that without fighting about it. You need to share what that means, because what jealousy means 99.9% of the time reoccurring isn't that we want them, you fucking know it's right for you. It's, the anger is actually covering up a fear of, if you keep doing that, I'm going to lose you. And if I was doing it, I wouldn't feel like I was going to lose you as much because I'm doing it too, therefore I'm okay. And that's the problem with an open relationship, when one is getting a lot more tail than the other, for want of a better expression. So that's one of the main issues that we have in poly relationships or open relationships. When you've got a very set couple, especially after that many years, if this one goes off and is all of a sudden having 50 to 100 conversations and this one's having 2, there is going to be a build-up of resentment. Time might get you through that. What you might find as well long term is that you find someone who's a lot more stable as in presence, and you develop a longer term relationship, and actually she might struggle with that one. You just don't know. You don't know how it's going to turn out, because time will make a difference. It's not about patience though. For me, it's about talking. I think you have to really talk and really sort that out. There's 2 more questions, but I'm going to see if there are any responses to that. So I connect well with my therapist, but she feels more like a friend who agrees with me. No. No. So sorry, Lady Lilith. If you have an enabler as a therapist, which I see way too often, that is not healthy. If your therapist just nods and says, of course, you're always right, that isn't healthy to me. You are fucking wrong some of the time. So am I. The whole point of therapy is to have a relationship where things go up and down, go wrong, and you heal it. If you've got someone saying, oh, sweetie, that's terrible. Of course, you're right. It's really okay for you to have murdered that cat. You were just frustrated at the time. I totally get it. I'm not saying you've murdered a cat. But there is a point where we have to turn around and say, that's slightly pointed, it's a secret, I won't tell you why, fucking hell. But so if we turn around and say that, what we've got to do as human beings is we've got to say, what the fuck? What are you doing? We have to call people out on their behavior. If you have a therapist who feels like a friend and giving you strategies, that's okay. But if you want to make fundamental differences to how your head works and how you are, we need to be pushed into that. Oh my God, and somebody just said beautiful cat at opal fruit. Shit, sorry. Fuck, sorry. There was a cat. Talk about that's quite funny, isn't it? Right. Here. Wow, what a prize. Boo, kitty. Ah, oh, cute cat. I used to have a black cat. Out the cat killer shit. I'm on the autism spectrum, and so is she. When I tell her how I think and feel, she just agrees and says and thinks she feels similarly. Honestly, I would go for someone more challenging. I'm not telling you to leave your therapist. Maybe I am, actually, maybe I am. No, I am. I'm saying go and get someone who will challenge you and who will work slightly differently. Right, let me go back to the other private questions. I'm going as fast as I can. Right, I'm just answering someone privately. That's a very short, sharp answer to that person I've just written that to, because I can't be as quick and do all those things. Right, so I was told I have separation anxiety because of a few past issues, but that does seem kind of similar to BPD. I want to have the connection with people, but I just push back because I think I'll lose them anyway. I get that zone. Also, that can be like a predictive thing, can't it? So attachment is, well, I'm not going to get too attached to you because if I do, you know, you're going to leave me anyway. So I'm going to act like in a certain way. So I just make you fuck off anyway. See? And then I can say I told you so as well, which is even better. And now I'm in a spiral. And then it goes on and on and on. BPD has a slightly different feel to it. It often comes with suicidal tendencies, with a lot of self-harm, with a lot of self-injury, with addiction injuries. It is a myriad. And often when I spend time with somebody, after a while, it's something I pick up on quite quickly. I'm not technically allowed to diagnose, but very quickly, often with somebody with BPD, I'll say, I would like you to go and ask a doctor or a psychiatrist about that. I don't know you that well, Zoe. I haven't met you that many times, but so far I haven't had that feeling with you, if that's any help. So, you know, so far, and I could be wrong when I don't interact with you as a therapist either, but I haven't had that feeling yet with you yet. See, I've always got a proviso, but I haven't. And I think attachment issues are slightly different as well. My attachment is pretty avoidant, pretty anxious. I wait quite a long time before I'm fully in, and then I wonder whether I'm fully in anyway, because I've said this before, you know, a lot of people really think they know me. They're in the, they've come over the moat, they're in the fifth set of walls, they're probably in the king's room, and they're probably even sitting on my throne. And I've said this before, and I'll say it again. What they don't know is, though, that there is a Rapunzel tower behind, and it's covered by a Harry Potter cloaking device. So they think they know me, but they're not in. They really, I give the impression of someone getting to know me, and that's what keeps me safe. So I think that makes a difference as well. That can help. Right. So next question. I'm having an issue trying to connect fully with a poly relationship. I also have a vanilla hanging on with shit living life. I have nowhere to escape to at present time. So therefore I'm trying to keep him sweet and just surviving how I can and seeing the others when I can. Emotionally, I'm not winning. Polly said, doesn't feel wanted. They are, but I'm stuck. Yeah, that sounds quite complex. I think if you are living in a situation where you don't want to be and you're trying to keep someone sweet, I guess I have a little bit of bristle against that phrase. I understand for your safety, you might have to make sure that you can live somewhere and that you're okay and that works. If there's any way you can get out, actually, we're better off getting out of a situation so we can decide what we want. If you go to Maslow's hierarchy of needs and you look at our base core of needs, it is about a living space and a free space within which we can be okay to manage what we want and how that works. You almost can't go into complex relationships, which are way more up the scale, especially if we're looking for enlightenment and spirituality and different things, whilst we're trying to survive in another space. If you are just trying to survive, it makes it really difficult to try and then have romantic and love and want, because we're trying to keep someone safe here at the same time we're trying to have some fun and enjoy something here. And interestingly, you said the poly person, this is what I'm getting. Polly said they don't feel wanted. They are, but I'm stuck. That is a poly person then with some quite specific needs, which is quite interesting. People who are poly, cool, this is a massive generalization. On average, healthier people who are into poly relationships will be clear about their communicative needs and say, this is what I want, rather than demanding and saying, but I don't feel wanted by you. How wanted can you be if you're in 3 to 4 relationships? We have a time limit, and we have an emotional limit, and we only have so much to give emotionally. A lot of people say, no, I have so much to give. I made an analogy to one of my babies when they were very young about my heart's like a massive hotel. Like when I have another baby, another floor just opens up, and that's a floor just for them. But there are rooms where we all get together, the rooms where I get together with one of them, and I have the space. And I might have the space. I mean, I have 4 daughters. I've got a big fucking hotel. That's just my cunt now, let alone anything else. But so I've got this massive hotel. It's very welcoming. Anyone want to pop in? So I've got this massive hotel. However, it is limited. There are only certain amounts of spaces. There's only a certain amount of love and time that we have. We can have so much love, but time is finite. And this is the problem that we end up fighting with all the time. And if you are really trying to stay safe, I would probably focus on staying safe. I would get yourself out of that position as soon as is physically possible, from a stability. And then I would look at all these other things. But that's quite a strong opinion. I don't know what anyone else is saying about that. I'll come up to the next question and see if anyone said anything that. She's with the government. Okay. I would still maybe do. Cool. Okay. I'm waiting. I think I'm up to 4 years now. Yes, it's a serious problem. I don't have the luxury. Right. So let me go back to another question unless someone's got anything to say about that. Right. So when finding a therapist and unknown of the specific type of therapist you need, is it best to start with someone who has a broad knowledge or a specific knowledge in something that you could be what you need? If you suspect it is a borderline issue but not sure it is it better to try a borderline specialist or start with someone with more broad knowledge, but you might not know exactly what you need because they're not specialists? There aren't that many specialists around in certain forms of therapy. In the UK, we do not have to register or take extra courses to say we can do something like trauma. I'm just saying ethically, I think one should. So you can go to anyone. Sometimes it's interesting. We go to a therapist and it's the right time, the right place, and it works quite well. If you suspect you have borderline or EUPD, I would find somebody. Oh, this is really tough. Dialectical behavioral therapy is probably the best for borderline, one of the best, and relational therapy is one of the best for borderline and EUPD. But borderline needs, with DBT, dialectical behavioral therapy, look up Marshall and look up DBT. There are things you can look up and read about those people. The problem with it is it's very often only offered to a very select few through the NHS, because what it does, it works on group therapy and single therapy and phone calls and a lot of connection. So you either want somebody who's willing to do that sort of stuff and give you a lot of connection as an extra. Most people won't do that. Therapists have very strong borderline and boundaries of saying, no, you can't contact me out of session, you can't do this and you can't do that. I'm quite unusual where that's concerned, and I take that to supervision a lot because a lot of people don't approve of it, but I attract an awful lot of borderline. On average, somebody should only have 1 to 2 borderline clients as a percentage of who they have. I have 5 to 10 fairly frequently, for whatever reason. I'm on the autism spectrum and so is she, and when I tell her how I think of it, she agrees. Yeah, so I was just saying about that, wasn't I? Yes. So I think the thing about autism as well is to learn to be okay with having a disconnect, and to learn to be okay with being told that you're wrong and that it doesn't fit in and you don't fit in that moment, maybe. Because what we do when we're on the spectrum is we try and fit in a certain way, but then we lose ourselves sometimes because we're trying to be accepted by everybody a lot of the time. And that's not necessarily healthy either. So I think there are ways of doing that are more healthy. Right. So another question. Still alive. Good. There's also the relationships which end in ghosting and then they reappear and nothing is ever discussed. Yes, I should open the discussion and challenge, but they have a habit of not talking and giving silent treatment when I try. Not healthy, but they are addictive. Not sure which of us needs therapy. If a person is addictive and we really need to see them and we want them and we're not willing to challenge them, what are you getting out of that? Like, what do you want from that and why? If you are with someone because it seems lovely, families do this too. I was speaking to a client earlier, major block, told her parents they were fucking shit and they were dreadful parents, and that she was treated as the black sheep and her sister was treated as the golden child, and she said, I'm fucking had enough and I hate you as parents. And the parents kind of said, that's nice, dear, we're going to Poland, should we pop over and come and see you in England as well soon? I mean, fucking hell, we don't sort stuff in families. If that's what we're used to, we often don't sort this sort of stuff. However, if you don't, it's forever there. What are you getting out of a relationship? If somebody is addictive, I don't think that's a healthy relationship. Any addiction is not healthy, is it? She says, I'll just have a quick sip. No, I won't. But any addiction isn't healthy. It's not good for us. So having a person is an addiction and we really love it and want it, if you're given the silent treatment, that's a hard no for me. I get that in DS people use different punishments. If you're the sort of person who says, well, I'm not going to talk about that, or the punishment is I'm not going to talk to you for 2 days, fucking get on your bike and ride it out of here. I am not interested in that sort of treatment because I think there's a cruelty to that. I'd rather you punch me on the nose. I would rather you didn't do that. That I could cope with that in a different way. Being ignored is really not okay. I find that really difficult. And I went somewhere more challenging, but she's the only therapist I've actually connected with. I get that as well. So there is someone out there for us. I do think therapists are a little bit like food. You have to try a few and see which one sits. And I think you should interview them, even if you pay for their time, which you should do because it's really expensive to be a therapist. Takes you years to qualify. I'm sure it's cost me about 200 grand so far. I really do think that's was, but I think so. We have to find that way, and it makes a difference. Right. So Vera, I missed yours. Let me go back, Vera. How do I go about finding a therapist? Doctor keeps referring me to Wellness Women's Centre, which doesn't work out around me being a single full-time working mum. If you've got the money, you can pay. If you haven't got the money, there are charities that you can go to locally. It's become a very therapy-based one, this one, hasn't it? There are charities that you can go to locally and find people. A lot of us do reduce prices. I have 2 free spots that I work with. Lots of people do that. They are full at the moment. There's a waiting list for those. So it's very difficult to find a therapist. You also need to push your doctor sometimes. You might not need a women's wellness centre, but there's time to talk. There's different therapists that you can go to. And there are places that you can go that can offer you more therapy. Look around at local charities if you can't afford. If not, if you can afford, look around at therapists who you think will be good for you. So I think it's difficult. I've only been told I can get help by taking time off work to have a 30-minute appointment, which just isn't something I can do. Alice, actually, legally, you are allowed to have some time. What I find is most employers now, I am not... I refuse to work past 7 o'clock at night nowadays. I just do the one workshop at 7 on the Thursday. I very rarely do even an 8 o'clock anymore. I used to work at 8 to 9. I see 52 people a week. All of those 52 people work. Not all, that's not fair. A large majority of them work. They can all get a lunchtime or something. So if you have a lunchtime once a week where you say to your therapist, I'm going to go out and sit in the car, we're going to do it, or we're going to do this, or we're going to do that, or whatever time, that can make a difference. If that person is only there on Tuesday mornings, only available, find someone else who isn't. Find someone who's got some different time, and push doctors more. Ask for referrals because there is stuff out there. If not, go to charities and ask for help from them. And again, though, what you find with a lot of charities is you've got a trainee who's only there on a Thursday afternoon or a Monday morning or different things. But we can often find someone who can meet us over lunchtime or a breakfast. I used to start work at 7, so 7 in the morning is very early. I don't do that anymore. It's too early for me. I don't have the luxury of being the boss, but docs don't seem to be willing to help. No, I'm not saying it's right. It's not okay, but the onus is on us to push and push and push. Find a local charity. If you can't find a local charity, keep pushing your doctor. It does make a difference. If that doctor isn't listening to you, go for a second opinion. Don't live with that doctor. You can go to many doctors in the same practice. You can go to practice managers. You can ask for more help. I have amazing masking technique as an adult autistic, but so it goes. I really understand that. Autism is a really good mask. And sometimes in order to heal, we need to look at what's behind the mask. If you look at what Jung said about if one presents a mask and there's another mask here, I don't even agree with that. I believe in that we have multiple masks, multiple masks. It isn't appropriate if if my gardener comes along with my beautiful garden and says something, it's really inappropriate for me to say, fuck me, my arse is killing me because he rammed into my arse last night. That's inappropriate. That's not the person to talk to about that. We have masks. We know that the appropriate thing to say to him is, I love my white roses. Thank you very much. It means a lot to me that you're working in my garden. There are friends and other people I can talk to about that. So we have to have, there's a propriety with it as well about the people we talk to. So I think undoing some of those masks and understanding why some of them are in place is a really good idea. If people who address an issue and the other person skips over it, then I wouldn't communicate further because they don't want to resolve it. I'd agree with you, Zoe. Like I really would. If someone doesn't want to do it and they just leave it, it might be that they might be on a spectrum of some kind. They might have something else going on. But what you've got to work out is be accountable if you want to do it and if you want to be in that relationship. I wouldn't want to be in a relationship with somebody absolutely. I get this a lot, right? So if I'm chatting to someone, there I am typing away, and I ask a really clear question. And the person ignores it and says something else utterly. And then I think, I haven't answered my question. Type the question again. And I say, you appear to have not answered this question. And they say, oh, haven't I? And then they answer the question. That's okay. But if you then get someone who ignores it again and again and again, if they're not willing to read what you're writing or not willing to answer questions, I mean, I'm not asking them crazy stuff. It's pretty normal stuff that I'm asking. I have a problem with that person. I'm going to reiterate it and I'm going to bring it back each time. And if the person is going to do it, isn't going to answer, or if I say, I've noticed that I ask quite a lot of questions and so do you, and I answer yours, but you don't answer mine. Can you help me with what's going on there? Or can we talk about that? If they sort of ignore that one as well, I'm probably out the door because that person is never going to listen or hear those things. I found someone who did that out of avoidance, and please do. Yes, to the person who just sent me that private thing, I can. Hang on, let me just. Hey, I'm just going to copy something. I'm multitasking. Can you see how badly I'm doing it? So badly. Edit, copy. I think I've got that. Right. So I think we have to be really careful in life about the way we communicate and what we do and what we get. So if you want certain things, works in a certain way. So what's going on for you as a human being when you want a person who does not talk, who doesn't communicate, who doesn't do anything? Why? Why do we want that? Why is that okay by you? I'm not sure if it is okay by me. I don't know what you'll think. Have a think. What are you thinking about? What are your comments on that? I will try charities. That's really good. Thank you. That's a good idea. Masks all the way down. Yeah, people are very anti-masks at the moment, or they're not. Okay, so I think that's wrapped up quite nicely. Anyone got a question before we go in at the end? Any thoughts or anything they want to share or say? We all right? Brings it from, sorry, go on, what were you going to say? I haven't noticed. It's really casual and light. Haven't thought of anything. It is bloody hot. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Miss Fields. Miss Fields. That's my real name. Yes, I can do that. Oh, thank you, Thrall. Thank you for all the lovely words as well. By the way, I can't do next week. I can't do HMP next week on the Sunday because, well, unless London, if London goes into lockdown, I can. I've got my daughter's, it was her birthday and we're having a massive barbecue on the Sunday. So it's going to clash for her birthday. So I can't. But if London goes into lockdown, I can because she won't be able to make it down. Oh, you're really welcome. Thank you all. Sun's going to be rubbish without you. I don't think it's that bad. That would be a really bad addiction if I'm as good as it gets.
Cosmo's getting in the mood already.
My hair's just blondish at the moment and straight back, and I cut it. Fingers crossed you can do a barbecue. Thank you. I hope I can. I'd be really upset if she can't come out of London, but they are. Apparently Boris is looking at a lockdown. So it's Melbourne. Yes, I read about that. I was looking at that. Thank you.
He's also looking at lockdown for the over 50s.
Oh, fuck off.
Compulsive. No, fuck it.
Isn't that him? How old is he? I was just going to say, you look older, not that you should be. And look, people agreeing with me. Phew, I'm still 49. All right, fuck off. I'm going to lie about my age. I wasn't born then. Thank you. And thank you for what you just said, Lola. That's really lovely. I always feel enlightened by your workshops. I love the clarity and how it makes me think. Thank you. I really appreciate that. And thank you all for what everyone's saying. I think there are lockdowns everywhere. People are feeling terrible, aren't they? They are so stuck. I'm staying in SA, no border crossings in Oz. I'm on a local lockdown. You just look older. Is that me or Cosmic? Cosmic, I hope. Jed, you look like a baby. What's the secret? It's all that natural growing, isn't it? Beautiful stuff that you're doing in your natural garden at the moment. That's what it is. Thank you.
Well, we appear to be losing the sound at the end of that one, so I popped that on pause. Just a quick reminder, the next scheduled Healthy Mental Practices session with the Kink Shrink should be Thursday evening the 1st. Details of that will be up on FetLife. The next scheduled one for the Sunday broadcast, well, that's obviously going to be April the 4th, which is a week today. So, yeah, that takes us through quite a fair amount of those. As always, please, if you are in a position to support the Kink Shrink, the details are up on the screen there. And also, please, just as a quick reminder, if you're not already a subscriber, please consider doing so. And if you're enjoying the content, please share that in doing so as well. Right, that gives me time to have a quick slider of some of the LAMchester stalls, because it's LAMchester Sunday, before we crack on with the book reading and happy birthday celebrations with Zach at Dirty Sexy Words.
Shut up and sit down. Shut up and sit down.
And that brings us round to 3 o'clock, almost on the dot. I tell you, some weeks we're as punctual as can be. Other weeks we're all over the place with the timing. What's all that about? You know what it is? We just don't like cutting things short. It's as simple as that. So without further ado, I hand things over to Zach at Dirty Sexy Words, who has something of a birthday themed reading for the day.
It's your birthday. Happy birthday. It's your birthday. Happy birthday. It's a great day. That's what we say. Happy birthday to you.
Hello again from Affordable Leather Products. Well, as you may have heard, there's some great news if you come to visit us at the London Alternative Market, because the markets will be starting again very soon. And we have 5 of these LAM £5 discount vouchers to give away. To win one, all you need to do is subscribe to our YouTube channel and either leave a comment or make sure that your subscription is public, so we can actually see who you are and know that you subscribe to our channel. Just visit our website at affordableleather.co.uk and click on the link that says come and visit our YouTube channel. Once we reach 100 subscribers, we'll draw the 5 lucky winners, and you can use the vouchers as a discount off any purchase at a London Alternative Market, or to get yourself a free entry to the market instead if you prefer. Whichever you do, we hope we see you soon, and we look forward to your custom. Visit our new, revised and updated website at www.affordableleather.co.uk.
Hello, hi everybody, and here we are again on a Sunday afternoon, and this would appear to mark a whole year of LAM's live lockdown broadcasts. If you've been with us all the way, well done. I don't believe I've actually managed to make every single week myself. Sometimes I've been a lazy sod or otherwise engaged or something or other. But however many or how few you've been around for, thanks, cheers, good to see you, and I hope you're enjoying seeing me and not sick to death of this old bat yet. Anyway, as it's kind of the birthday edition, I believe there are some special things planned from some of the rest of the Lamley. Some you might already have witnessed, there might be more to come. I would say if you're north of Watford Gap, have your diaries handy shortly after I've finished chattering to you, because I believe there is some news on the way which might brighten your Sunday afternoon and your immediate future. Anyway, like I was saying, kind of a birthday celebration here. So I've got a birthday story to read you. This is one of my favourite stories, what I wrote. It's called The Big 5-0. And it's about an unusual way to celebrate one's 50th. And no, I did not do this on my 50th. I had a nice little party in the pub and nothing like this happened. Because I wouldn't want to be the one who had to tidy up afterwards. Anyway, slideshow time. I'll find my reading glasses and I will give you the Big 5-0. Okay, this is, by the way, take 7. Not having a good day, but let's try again with the Big 5-0. She'd known he was planning something special for her birthday and hadn't minded at all when he refused to give her much in the way of information in advance. When your lover owns a swingers club and tells you he has a treat lined up for you, there are several possibilities to contemplate, but none of them are likely to need a new hat or your passport. Still, her excitement had been building all day, and Valeria's heart was racing as she climbed the familiar stairs. She went through the doorway, became aware of soft, warm, flickering light that came from half a dozen tea light holders, carefully positioned to illuminate the room rather than lie in wait to burn feet and fingers. And then she saw the men. There were at least 20 of them, and they were all naked, their cocks in various stages of readiness. She would find out later that Les had picked them carefully, choosing from those who had previously played with her, or him, or both of them, those he'd seen in action, or who were recommended by mutual friends, and just a few recruited via websites, who'd remained courteous and charming throughout a succession of email exchanges. I don't know if they can actually fill the whole bath between them, Les said softly behind her. They can have a good try, though, Valeria said, her entire body tingling with anticipation. When she'd confessed this particular fantasy to him, she hadn't thought it was actually possible, and it probably wouldn't have been, if not for the fact that he'd recently had the whole of the upper floor at the Midnight Lounge rebuilt, including this incredibly decadent wet room, with its marble bath, jacuzzi, and mirrored walls. Needing no further guidance, she stepped down into the sunken bathtub and lay on her back, her arms resting on the sides of the tub. She realised that Les, or someone, had previously filled the thing with very hot water and let it drain, so the surface of it was comfortable, rather than striking cold against her bare skin. She looked up at the throng of men, smiling a little, and several of them stepped forward, stroking themselves. And now I've got to scroll down, which it doesn't want to do because it's a knob. Bear with me. Valeria spread her legs and licked her lips and began to play with her tits. It wasn't the first time she'd been turned on by putting on a show, displaying herself, but it had never been quite so blatant. She was, unusually for her, wholly naked, though her hair was elaborately styled and her makeup flawless. Her body might not be quite as flawless, she herself not quite so lean and smooth-skinned as she had been in her 20s, but she took care of herself and knew that she looked pretty good for a woman who was turning 50 tomorrow. She stroked one hand down the gentle curve of her belly and smoothed the fair, fluffy curls that framed her quim, running her fingers through them. Her clit was beginning to throb, but she wasn't going to touch it just yet. The first of the men came forward, stroking themselves, gripping their rearing tools, smiling down at her. Two of them knelt on the very edge of the bath, clearly the most excited of the throng. "Oh, she's so beautiful," one of them said, his hand movements speeding up. Valeria was too thrilled to speak, but she did look up at him and give him a smile that blended encouragement and appreciation. He threw back his head, his hips jerked, and warm jets sprayed down on her, splattering across her shoulder and arm. She let out a little cry of joy, which triggered another man's climax, this one landing on her tits. More of them were approaching now, crowding round the tub, and she wasn't sure if it was the sixth or the seventh whose contribution scored the first direct hit into her open mouth. She swallowed it down and licked her lips, putting out her tongue in the hope of catching more, as further squirts and splashes began to rain down upon her skin. She closed her eyes, partly as a precaution, and partly to concentrate on the taste and the smell and the feel of it all. Scrolling down. Oops. Her nipples had stiffened into taut little peaks the moment she walked into the room, and now she began to pinch and pull on them, her finger and thumb rapidly building up a slick coating of cum. Her other hand couldn't stay away from her cunt any longer. She could feel her own wetness seeping out between her swollen, heated pussy lips. Speakers in the ceiling had been playing sleazy jazz at a low volume, but the music was almost drowned out by the gasps and grunts and moans. Valeria frigged her clit, writhing in a growing pool of spunk, sticking her fingers in her mouth from time to suck them clean of the mingled salty offerings, massaging fresher sprays into her skin, getting closer and closer to the type of orgasm she thought might actually blow her head off. Something cool and firm touched her thigh, and she opened her eyes for a moment to see Les crouching down by the bath, holding a big black vibrator. "Oh, yes, yes, please," she said, and he switched the thing on and eased it inside her, all the way in with one thrust, and Valeria arched her back and shrieked in delight, whipping her head from side to side, bracing her feet against the slippery, sticky, messy marble sides of the tub. As she rode the pounding, convulsive spasms of her climax, she felt yet more hot, creamy spunk raining down on her, and screamed again. When she finally subsided, with a series of deep, sighing breaths, and managed to raise herself into a sitting position, there was a collective clearing of throats, and then the men, all 25 of them, began to sing Happy Birthday in a variety of not quite matching keys. It was probably the sweetest song she'd ever heard. I hope you enjoyed that. Hope it's given you ideas if you've got a big enough bathtub even. Somebody once said to me, I read that at a reading slam at some point, and someone said, I never thought of Bukkake as romantic before. But there you go. Something a little different now and again. So that's it for this week. I hope I can edit this together reasonably well, because it's not been one of my best days. But better times are on the way. So look after yourselves, look after one another. Stay out of trouble, unless it's the sort of trouble that you enjoy. Bye.
Party time.
Hello everybody and welcome. If you are new here, my name is Adam.
My name is Monica.
And today we're going to talk to you about 3 pegging positions. So we're going to talk about what we see as the 3 main positions for pegging.
From these 3 positions, almost every other is a slight variation in body positions, such as furnitures, chairs.
So let's get this party started. So let's start with the one that everybody knows, doggy style. So the person being pegged, hello, is the one at the bottom on the hands and the knees. And the person doing the pegging is at the back on just their knees. This is so off-putting, Monica. It's a very simple position that involves the pegger to be doing all the work.
Oh my God. I'm tired.
The position is great for more focused prostate stimulation. It's also great if you like the whole idea of being fucked in the arse. You could just close your eyes and fantasize about anything you want. This is a little bit violent for what we should be explaining to people, Monica. Top tip, if you're using a curved dildo like this ambit, make sure that it's turned round so the curve faces towards your prostate. Remember, your prostate in doggy style is towards your stomach. So having it curved down will give you better prostate stimulation. That's our top tip for pegging in the doggy position.
So another staple sex position is missionary. Gives you that a little bit extra of being dominant. Him on the bottom, you on the top. You can control the speed, how much you want him to fuck. You might just hold the legs a little bit. This position is great if you like to watch, especially if you want to play with his penis, cock, genitals, whatever you call it. It's just like, Top tip, you can grab a pillow and put it under his back. Get up! It will allow you to get a easy access to his anus.
This is the cowboy. Yeah, you got it. Just like the cowgirl, but he does the riding. This is very much the dominant submissive position. It lets you have complete control over how quick or how slow or even how deep or how much stimulation you want to have on the prostate. This is much more of a relaxed position for the pegger who just lays on the back while the peggy does all of the work. Do you class as a peggy? The person having fun does all the work. This is a really good position if you want to be in control of what you're actually doing. But it's also really good for the pegger. They can play completely with whatever they want to. Top tip. This is a great place to play around with edging. If you don't know what edging is, it's where you get to almost to the point of climax and then stop. And then you start again and then you stop. While you're in this position, you can have the person below edging you, so wanking you off or something until you get to the point of ejaculation and then stop. Don't stop! Go again. The build-up of almost having an orgasm repeatedly makes the actual orgasm more explosive. So those are what we would consider the three main positions for pegging. Everything from those three is a slight variation. Positions like doggy style, but with you on your front instead of on your hands and knees. Side by side while spooning. Cowboy on the edge of a bed, doggy up against the bed. All of these positions are essentially a slight variation and twist on the three ones that we've just shown you.
Remember, just experiment with your partner. Just find your favorite positions because everybody is different and each position will work for each person differently. If you like this video, hit that like button.
If you are new here, then subscribe.
As always, I want to hear your thoughts.
So please leave your comments in the comment section below. That's it for now. We'll see you on the next video. See ya. Oh my God, Monica, keep going. Keep
Hi, Graham from Affordable Leather Products here. In this video, I'm just going to talk about one item from our range of bondage and BDSM gear, but it's a very special product. If you like strap-on play or pegging and you like your toys big, no, bigger than that, yes, that big, then you need a harness that's going to be able to deal with not only the size, but the weight of the dildo you're using. Most strap-on harnesses are okay for small toys, but when it comes to the bigger ones, they can't support them properly, or the dildo will fall out as its weight pulls it through the hole or the ring in the harness. So we've designed a harness which can take the biggest toys around for the ultimate in pegging action. Our giant strap-on dildo harnesses are custom made to your measurements and to fit the largest toy you'll want to use with it. This is one we've just made for a customer, and it's the biggest one ever, taking the Mr. Hanky Ogre 4XL dildo that's over 5 1/3 inches or 13.5 centimeters in diameter. Unfortunately, we don't have the toy itself to demonstrate in the harness, but first of all, you unbuckle the side straps to allow yourself to step into the harness. Then you put the toy through the hole in the front panel and buckle up the restraining strap to hold it in place. Once you've done that, you fasten the adjustable waist straps and secure it to your body. This harness is made from 2.6 to 2.8 mil thick belting leather for strength and has a 4-inch or 10 centimeter wide back belt for support. This version also has the comfort option, which has soft edging stitched along each edge of the harness and on the back belt to stop it digging into you. Plus it has soft padding on the crotch strap to reduce any uncomfortable pressure on sensitive parts of the anatomy. The design of the harness allows you to use smaller size toys than the maximum size that it's designed for, and obviously you don't need to use a dildo as big as the one this harness will take, since we can make it for whatever size you want. But if you want to use it for a wide range of toy sizes, we can provide extra front panels which you can swap between. The giant dildo harness is for those who take their strap-on play seriously, and it will give you, or your subject, a lot of pleasure for many years to come. You can see it and our whole range of leather and metal bondage and BDSM toys on our website at affordable-leather.co.uk.
Hi there. If you're skeptical about life coaching, I completely understand. I used to wonder who on earth would ever go for life coaching. I mean, life's easy, right? You get up, you try and earn enough money to pay the bills. If you're lucky, you see some friends, and then you go to bed. If you need to see a life coach, you must be really failing hard at something, which means more guilt and more shame. Then I took a comedy show to the Edinburgh Festival about my guilt and shame. And afterwards, some of those people who saw it asked if I would coach them. So I got some training in it. And to pass the course, we had to be coached ourselves. Really annoyingly, I have to admit that it worked. During my own coaching sessions, we looked at some of the negative thoughts that kept me awake at night. My attitude towards money, which I thought was fine, but that filled a whole hour. Whether or not having empathy meant that I could stand up for myself, and some new ways of looking at domestic arguments and my own family relationships. In coaching other people, I've seen my clients discover they had a direction when they didn't think they had one, create a video for a Kickstarter project that more than made its target, accept their adult dyslexia, be kinder to themselves, find their voice, and become happier. So look, if you're completely happy with your life, I am really pleased for you, and I hope we get to hang out socially. But if there's any part of you that would like to think or behave differently, then do get in touch. My contact details are below, or you can check out www.johnpendle.com. And for everyone watching, I hope you have a really wonderful day. Thank you.
Party time.
In England, we really only discovered gluten-free cake about 3 years ago. Yeah, it's in every coffee shop now. But they didn't invent it for me. They didn't invent it for medically diagnosed people. They invented it for people doing gluten-free as a detox. Because that's what you need on a detox, isn't it? Fucking cake. Not every coffee shop, though. I went to the coffee shop recently. They had beautiful cakes on the counter. I said, are any of these gluten-free? They said, yes. We have granola. Oh. Tell me, I don't know how you do that. How do you make granola with no wheat, rye, barley or oats? And do you know what they said to me? Oh, are you one of the real ones? Then we have nothing for you.
Here we just feel. Welcome.
In my 20s, I met a man who wanted to put his bibbly-bobbly bits into my mouth. Now, I was fine with this. Just one little wrinkle. His cock was the diameter of a Coke can. Wouldn't go in. Like, what the hell do you want me to do with this? Gnaw on it like a kebab?
After you. He was hot and I was young and stupid. So we decided to let it go down and just pop it in soft and see what would happen. Now, I don't know if you've ever tried to inflate a bouncy castle. Inside a Mini Cooper. There was an awful lot of teeth. And suspiciously, an unusual amount of jawache. So we decided to call it a night. Now, the next morning, I was having a shave, because I was young, clean shaven back then. I was doing that thing where you stretch your jaw from side to side so that you can do the skin. And there was a huge cracking sound. And my flatmate ran in from another room to the bathroom and went, "What was that sound?" To find me rolling around on the floor going, "I think it was my dignity going back." That's when I realised a very important life lesson. I'm not a snake.
Are you a superhero? Are you fighting injustice in this world? Do you want to kick COVID's butt? Then grab a mask to outlast this pandemic. If you're into the themes of punk, fetish, gender fuckery, or neurodiversity, this is for you. Come, join the other misfits, freaks, and weirdos, and celebrate your own unique expression!
And then one day somebody came up afterwards and asked if I would teach how to escape at an event in America. See, in North America, they seem to have these weekend conferences where they'll pay presenters their flight and their hotel to teach an unusual hobby. And the first time I got booked, I was so proud of my little self, having all expenses paid trip to America. I couldn't wait to get to the head of the queue at passport control and tell them the purpose of my visit. Don't do this. Oh my God, what was I thinking? I was thinking, just tell the truth. It's like autism, isn't he? He's asked a question, tell the truth. No, he has a gun, shut the fuck up. So I got to the head of the line at passport control. He said, purpose of your visit? Oh, I'm here to teach people how to escape from stuff. Never say that. This huge bear of a man stood up in his booth with his mace and his handcuffs, and he leaned over the side and he looked me up and down. He went, "If I put my handcuffs on you, could you get out of them?" And I had that little cold trickle of fear. Only an English person who's done something stupid in an armed border ever gets. I had a really quick think and I said, "I could if they were European ones, but American ones are too well made." And he stamped my passport and let me in.
It's your birthday. Happy birthday. It's your birthday. Happy birthday. It's a great day. That's what we say. Happy birthday to you.
I'm really annoyed, this pisses me off, when there's like a mainstream film or a really best-selling book comes out and you read it and you're quite happy, you close it, you're done. And then afterwards, the author, J.K. Rowling, goes, "Oh, by the way, Dumbledore was gay." Don't tell me after the fact. That doesn't help any child growing up feeling alone that they're gay. Right, if you want Dumbledore to be gay, the next time he says Expelliarmus in print, I want something zipping out of somebody's arse. Like, just actually show us in the book. Don't do it in a tweet. And it's really easy. If you're confused, how do you get consent? Add 2 words to the start of any sentence involving somebody else. May I? So if I want to do a fist bump, may I? Boom, I've got consent. Simple as that, half a second. Now, after one show, a guy came up and went, but how do I send unsolicited dick pics to women? If I have to ask for consent and they're not unsolicited, I've got an answer for you there, mate. Right? There are forums online where there are women with their contact details who want unsolicited dick pics. Send away. Although I do have to warn you, quite a lot of those women are men. I did learn from the kink community, though, there are these things called leather families. Do any of you know about this? Leather families. I get a whiff of fat off some of you. It's just, you know, the leather families, it's basically, if you're a bit kinky, you can have different kinds of intimate relationships. It's not just like your romantic other. You can have a puppy in your life, like a human puppy, somebody like a human who does puppy play, or you can have a submissive or a slave. It's all kind of role play. But it means that you meet people in the kink community who go, this is my slave, this is my slave's puppy, this is my boyfriend's slave's priest, this is my priest's slave's puppy's boyfriend, you know, this is my husband's slave's puppy's girlfriend, and I'm Jeff, I'm single.
Here we just feel. Welcome.
Now that first night I also learned something else, which was they were very hot on the idea of safe words. Right, for those of you who don't know, it's a word or phrase you agree up front, and then if it all gets a bit much, if the clamps are too tight, you can say Theresa May, and everybody stops. Little tip from me, make sure it's something easy to remember. Otherwise you're in a whole heap of trouble. Now, it became like a handshake, you know, when you met somebody, oh, what's your safe word? And that's how we all operated. But years later, I've discovered that's absolute rubbish, because the very best safe words, you know, the ones that work every time, are never agreed in advance. This one's particularly effective. Uh-oh. Picture the scene. One of you is putting ping pong balls in a piping bag. You've all been there. The other one's winding up a Van de Graaff generator. One of you says, uh-oh, nobody moves till we work out what's going on. Another one that works really well is whoops. Oh, shit, is this deep heat or mayonnaise? Whoops. Open up, it's the police. You're back early, Mum. One that works really well in our house is, oh my God, there's a cat in the room. I swear to you, they can teleport. It doesn't matter how firmly you shut the door. Halfway through, they'll be purring approval on a pillow. I don't care how cute and furry you are, you're not coming near my balls if you've got teeth and claws. If my church wanted me to be straight, they should have given me the top 3 reasons, you know, the benefits of being straight. And I've really tried. Help me out here. Like the 3 I've come up with, but you've got to give me some better ones at the bar. You have the support of religious institutions. Right. You're not made to go for weekly counselling to try and change your sexuality, and you're not blamed whenever there's floods.
Hi, Debbie Spank here. I've been asked to do a podcast on a little bit of history of Spank. yeah, before I start, I'd like to say that I'm really missing everybody and missing LAM, and I hope you're all keeping safe and well. Yeah, firstly, the name Spank. I think I'll leave that to your imagination of why I would have called it that. Yeah, I started the business in 1986. I was working as a manageress in Oxford Street, Jean Genie, and I was really had a passion for fashion, and I just started making little things like earrings out of for curtain rings, and I used to customize things from I picked up from Oxfam, and people really liked my creations. So I decided to get a little market stall in Camden. And it was difficult, yeah, because I was working full time in Oxford Street and also trying to make stuff and working weekends and evenings. And eventually, I decided to take a chance and give up my full time job, which was a big shock to the system because I was sitting in a bed sit in Brixton trying to make clothes, which wasn't an easy task, I must say. Yeah, I think I really decided that my best part of my business was me designing and selling. So I decided to try and get outwork as machinists to help with the actual making. I remember the first day in Camden I did it. It was like snowing, and I took £5. But yeah, I persisted, and things did get better. So I took on another stall in Camden Market up in the stables. So I had two stalls. I had someone working for me, and at the time I was it was more tie dyes, my earlier designs, and I used to make flared sleeve tops, and I used to sew motifs on the front, and then I used to tie dye them. I started, yeah, they sold really well. And I started doing the Festi circuit at Glastonbury, Reading, all of those festivals. And things were going really well. I thought as I'm talking, I'd put up a few of my old creations through the years, Spank designs. As you can see, it's going to change quite a lot up until where we are today. This is my shop in Camden. Yeah, as you can see, it's kind of like it's going a bit cyber club wear, and still got my tie dyes there. I also took on two stalls in Kensington Market. One was up on the first floor next to Red Bull's on Fire, an excellent glam rock designer from Los Angeles. Yeah, we used to get a lot of people coming in. Alice Cooper used to hang out, and Robert Smith from The Cure. And yeah, I'm going to do a bit of name dropping now. I had Debbie Harry came to my shop, and Kylie Minogue came to my shop. I must say, when I was in Camden Market, it was about 87, I think. Madonna's agent came in and brought a pair of orange hot pants, crushed velvet. I'll never forget it, because Hanky Spanky came out about the same time as I called my business Spank, which was really convenient. Anyway, I'm just going off those subjects. Yeah, so where was I? Actually, while I'm on that subject, when I was in the shop in Camden Market, it was in the Stables Market. It had 2 floors. It was quite a big shop. This guy came in at the end of the day, and he said he was going on tour with The Cure. His name was Paul. He was the bass player, and he ended up buying a lot of outfits. Here are some of the pictures of my shop and some of the outfits I was doing then. And he spent £800, which was great. But I should have took some pictures. But hey, I never even asked for his autograph. Silly woman. But yeah, that's my claim to fame. Anyway, I'm still actually making a few things for friends in bands. Here's a picture of Raymond from Pig, and he's a couple of outfits I made for him for his tour in America and Japan. I will say, I was one point in my life that I thought I should franchise the business because I thought it would make it easier. But so many of my customers said, "Oh no, please, please, you'll just sell out. Your stuff is so individual, and that's great. So don't mass market it." But it would have been easier for me, and it would have made more money. But I don't think it's all about money anyway. I think in this business or any business, you've either got to be very big or small. I don't think there's anything in the middle because of the VAT and all that, which I've struggled with when I did once go there. But I think it's better to keep small now. Anyway, back to my story. when eventually Kensington Market sadly closed down, and Camden Market became very mainstream, I decided to pull out. So that was when I was thinking, where am I going to go now? So I came across London Alternative Market, which was perfect for where I was going with my designing. Yeah, what do I enjoy about my job most? That's another question. I think probably the happiness that I can see in people's faces when a customer comes in, and they may be big ladies, small ladies, or have issues with their bodies, like I'm sure we all do. And they walk out and they're really feeling sexy in the clothes, and men as well. I do a lot of men's clothes, really into men's clothes at the moment, getting new designs all the time. But yeah, the selling, I don't push, but I love to see people happy with the purchase, and the designing. I love the designing. Just that sometimes you get so many in your head and it's too much. You just can't get it all out there. What's the best feedback I've received? I would say probably the hugs I've had from ladies and men that have come into my stall and been so happy, and said that you made my day, because I went out and I felt really happy and felt really confident. I would say that's, I've even had tears from customers sometimes, which is beautiful, I think. Anyway, I think I've answered all the questions, and I'm showing you lots of pictures of all the clothes through the years of Spank. I will just say one thing, that when I eventually did give up my job, which was 1986, my mother said, no, don't give it up. But, you know, in retrospect, I'm very pleased I did. I know I was a bit of a high flyer with managing and going around the country and troubleshooting. But, you know, I would encourage anybody to take a chance. It's hard work. It's really hard work. Maybe that's why I never got married or had kids, because it's been my baby, but it's been worth it. Anyway, guys, I think I better close there. I'm really looking forward to seeing you all again, and I hope you're all keeping really well and safe. It's not an easy time, I must admit, but things can only get better, eh? Much love to all. Bye. Oh, and I've forgotten the most important thing. Where you can find me and buy my lovely wares. www.spankonline.co.uk. Yeah, please check out my website, and yeah, any queries, any questions, don't hesitate to get hold of me. Okay, guys, see you soon. Bye.
Got into making stuff when I was a kid with my grandma. It's some of my best memories from my childhood, really, to be honest. I suppose just being little, enjoy making stuff for other littles. I have the most amazing workroom at home that has Hello Kitty wallpaper, and it is totally my happy space. I love making special orders. Something different is always great. Had some awesome ones. Jingly pumpkins, patchwork coats, all sorts of things. They're always fun.
And that brings us nicely round to 4 o'clock. Well, that means it's time for some updates. Let me just get a little bit of music on in the background so it's not just my dulcet tones you can hear. There we go. And moving on, here we are. What are the updates? What are the news from LAM? Well, you know, I can never resist this. Got to build the suspense at least a little bit. Before we get moving on, let's have a bit of a recap. What do we know what's going on? Well, we definitely know that the first 2 events in the south are going to be the 17th and 24th of April, some outdoor shopping. And let's have a quick watch of one of the videos of last year's event in July.
up with a slow motion crew, and we up in our growlings when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding. 'Cause you got me holding. And I'll be running, possessed by a low voodoo. Fired up like a wolf on a full moon. And we're stuck in a la-la land. The tides will turn without us. And I'll be killing time like I might be a cartoon. Take it in real life like haiku. I know we got the good vibes when pieces fall right into place. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding. 'Cause you got me holding. Play me like a bass guitar, simmer down and mess me up, tripping like I'm Jimmy at Woodstock. Drum me around in no red form, shivers down my spinal cord. 'Cause you got me holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding.
I like it, but it's not okay. Whatever, can I walk away? Oh yeah. Can still see your face, so tell me what to do, 'cause I can't find a way. Baby, please just tell me if I'm fine. Tell me if I'm baby, please just tell me if I'm fine. Just tell me if I'm fine. I like it, but it's not okay. Whatever, can I walk away? Oh yeah, I love you too, don't love me back. I can see this feeling inside my mind. Baby, please just tell me if I'm fine. Please just tell me if I'm fine. 'Cause I don't know stuck in my heart, baby. Please just tell me if I'm fine. Just tell me if I'm fine.
So here we go. So here we go. There are the details up on the screen. The first LAMchester in-person event of 2021 is going to be Sunday, the 23rd of May at a central Manchester location. And literally, as I press the button now, I hope, if I've completed all of the right things. Oops, no, we've got apparently a problem. Here we go. Here we go. Got to fill in that little bit. And the rest. There we go. The event listing has now gone live on FetLife. So if you are looking for the details, that is where you need to sign up. Put yourself down as going. Basically, the format that we're going to follow with that one is something that we trialed down in London in December, which is a timed shopping market using a one-way format. So basically, your ticket will give you a 3-hour window to come in, shop, get something at the bar, grab a bite, whatever is appropriate. But equally, because of the relaxation in the rules, we're going to also make sure that you've got all of the details on other things you can do locally. If there is a park that you can meet up and social distance chat with some friends, we'll put those details available for you on the day. And to make sure that you're not having to pick up anything, we'll make that easy for you to just take a picture with your phone. All the contents will be on there, or we might even make sure that we've got a special ticket pack all together for this one with the rest of the details and everything included. So don't worry, if you're interested in that, put yourself down on FetLife. I'll do the Facebook listing shortly, and then you know what, we look forward to bringing that to you on the 23rd of May. Outside of that, the next two events that are in the schedule, well, that's the Saturday the 17th of April. We're down at the farm again, an awesome location to chill out. We've got plenty of stalls filling the big barn. We've got the bar and barbecue going on in the open barn. It's going to be an awesome atmosphere. And then literally, we're not letting the party stop a week later, just because, you know what, we know there are some people who are on the south side of London, some on the north. Our next event after that is going to be Saturday the 24th up in Bedford. Awesome location. Lots and lots of outdoor space, about 17 acres, something crazy. Huge amount of parking space, easy to get to location if you've got a vehicle. You know what? That vehicle may include a boat. That's going to give you a hint, some of you, if you know where we're playing. That's where it's all going down. So there's going to be a beer garden outside. There is going to be food available, and there are going to be as many stalls as we can pack into, again, a one-way system shopping. Simple as that. So who's coming on the 17th? Well, here's the list of traders who have signed up. And you know what? Some of the best there. Certainly people I am looking forward to catching up with. People who have been very much at the forefront of my mind over the last year. And a couple of people, well, I've got a couple of projects working with them. So I'm looking forward to the updates on that. Talking about updates, here's one of the things that's changed. Because we couldn't do Lammies as normal in London in March, I don't think we're even get a chance to do the equivalent of Lammies for LAMchester. And because, you know what, didn't really do one for our birthday today either. What we've decided to do is kind of open that format up. And what we're saying is, when you come to the first couple of events moving forward, please let us know what's been your best or favorite online munch or event. And then after that, please give us some nominations on people that you feel that have done awesome things and outstanding things to support the community during this difficult time. And then after that, we're very interested in hearing about individuals who have embodied the best values of our community in what they've actually done in the rest of their life during the 2021 period. All you need to do is just let us know who fits into those categories. We will collate them. We're not saying that there's going to be one winner. There's not one true way around here. Well, you know what? Best online event, that may be a popularity contest. But outside of that, We're not saying that there needs to be one winner in the other categories. We're very interested in hearing what stories are out there and what ways that we can say, hey, thanks for doing that, because it was an awesome thing to do. And you know what? There's a lot of people out there producing content that probably aren't getting the pat on the back that they probably deserve. So this is just an easy way to, you know what, go through us. Let's make something happen. I can guarantee you they'll be winning things that they're looking forward to. One of the other things that we've lent into and recently been asked to engage in is an academic research project. Details of that about to come through. It's all about the perception of kink and counselling. At the end of the day, I'll leave it to the presenter to give the best summary. But if you can get involved, please consider doing so. At the end of the day, it's how we change things for the better.
Hello everyone, my name is Megan and I would like to recruit some participants for a research project. The research project is about the counselling experience of members of kink and BDSM communities. It would take place online via Teams. It should take approximately 1 hour and we can work together to find a time that suits both of us. Within their research, we'll be looking at 3 main areas. Firstly, we'll be looking at the role of kink within your life. Then we'll look at your previous experience of counselling. And finally, we'll look at future directions that counselling could take to become more accessible to the kink community. I think it's really important that this research is done. At a time like this, everyone deserves a place where they can feel safe, heard and respected. I want to know if that's currently available for you within the kink community. If you'd like to take part in my research, please email me. Thank you.
It's your birthday. Happy birthday. It's your birthday. Happy birthday. It's a great day. That's what we say. Happy birthday to you.
Hi, Graham from Affordable Leather here. In a few moments, you're going to see a video I recorded in January when Dame Diana Johnson used a private member's bill to try and introduce the Nordic model of sex work into English law. The second reading of her bill has been delayed, however, in a deeply cynical and opportunistic move following the murder of Sarah Everard, she is now trying to introduce an amendment to the already incredibly repressive Police Crime Sentencing and Courts Bill to sneak her legislation into law that way. If we put enough pressure onto MPs, there is a chance that they will not accept this and realise how despicable it is that she is trying to use this tragic death to advance her agenda of introducing laws which will make life much more dangerous for sex workers and give more powers to the police, one of whom may have been responsible for this crime. So watch the video, contact your MP via theyworkforyou.com, and let's make sure that consenting adults are allowed to make their own choices about what they may or may not do, and not only the ones that Dame Diana Johnson approves of. Hi, Graham from Affordable Leather Products here. Normally I'd be talking about our BDSM gear, but this time I've got a much more serious subject to discuss. On Wednesday the 9th of December, Dame Diana Johnson introduced a private member's bill called the Sexual Exploitation Bill. Ostensibly, it's to protect vulnerable women and girls, but it's actually an attempt to introduce the Nordic model of sex work into the UK, which, whilst making it legal to be a sex worker, makes it illegal to pay a sex worker for their services. Despite a rebuttal from Labour MP Lynn Brown, who explained that it was counterproductive and it would put sex workers at greater risk, the bill has its second reading on the 29th of January. This talk explains some of the reasons why this is bad for all sex workers, including pro-doms and pro-subs, etc., and to persuade you to urgently contact your MP and ask that they attend or view the second reading and then vote against this misguided bill on the 29th. You can contact your MP via the website theyworkforyou.com. That's all one word, theyworkforyou.com. So what is the Nordic model? Well, you may hear it being referred to by other names such as end demand, the equality model, rescue services, sex buyers law, and so on. Another term is partial decriminalisation, or decriminalisation of sex work, but with criminalisation of clients. However, these are just attempts to deceive people by stealing the word decriminalisation and misrepresenting what they're trying to do. Sex workers do want decriminalisation, but not on the terms that the Nordic model supporters offer, because whilst it may appear to be a good idea and its supporters claim that it will protect sex workers, the facts show differently, and it's just an underhand way of using the law to eliminate any and all sex work, even when done by consenting adults. By the way, to counter some of the classic responses from sex work abolitionists, I need to clarify that I'm not a John or a punter. Neither am I a member of the mythical pimp lobby, which are some of the accusations they level against men who dare to stand up for sex workers' rights, either because I'm a client, or I'm a controller and exploiter of women, or in some cases, both at the same time. Also, despite the fact that I sell BDSM gear, including to sex workers, the majority of my customers are Mr. and Mrs. or Mr. and Mr. or Mrs. and Mrs. J Public. So despite the assertions by Nordic model supporters, I am not doing this simply for my own selfish benefit. Through my business and from the markets I sell at, I know a fair number of sex workers, and I also know that many of them and their organisations are on Twitter too. More importantly, I have listened to them and what they want, rather than the Nordic model supporters who, it seems, much prefer to talk over or about sex workers, or only listen to the ones who support their desire to eliminate all sex work. This is clearly shown as the campaigning group Nordic Model Now says at the top of their website they are the, quote, movement for the abolition of prostitution, unquote. Also, they state that the aim of the Nordic model is to, I quote again, make it clear what we as a society consider unacceptable and discouraging people from doing those things, unquote. So they want to tell consenting adults, and especially women, what they can or cannot do of their own free will. Remember also that the Nordic model says it's legal to be a sex worker, but illegal for anyone to pay them. This makes about as much sense as saying it's legal to open and run a restaurant, but illegal for anyone to buy a meal from you. Clearly, you're going to go out of business fairly quickly if that happens, which, of course, is exactly their aim. So here are some of the effects of the Nordic model and the ways in which it's been enforced. For instance, in France, after the Nordic model was introduced in 2016, a year-long study by the NGO Médecins du Monde determined that 63% of sex workers said they experienced deterioration in the working conditions, 42% had experienced an increase in violence, and 38% said it was harder to negotiate the use of condoms. None of these, of course, are advantageous to sex workers. More disturbingly, in 2019, 10 French sex workers were murdered within 6 months, yet in June 2020, the French government published the evaluation of the law, except not a single page addressed the violence that sex workers have experienced since the law came into force, and they completely ignored the reports from Médecins du Monde. Meanwhile, in Ireland, there has been a 92% increase in violence against sex workers reported to Ugly Mugs, which is a sex worker support organisation, in the years following the introduction of the Nordic model there. In Norway, the police ran a campaign they called Operation Homeless, where when they found a sex worker, they would contact their landlord and tell them that unless they evicted the sex worker, they would be charged with pimping. In Sweden, Because she was a sex worker, a woman called Petite Jasmine lost custody of her children to their father, who was known by the police to be violent and who had threatened and stalked her previously. In 2013, on a visit to her children, he murdered her. There are many more stories like these of the detrimental effects that the Nordic model has had on sex workers, yet these are ignored by its supporters or sometimes even justified as part of the cost of eliminating sex work. So has the Nordic model actually worked? Well, a report by the Norwegian Ministry of Justice and Public Security for the Norwegian government in 2014 found the Swedish law, as they refer to it as, had created a buyer's market and violence against sex workers had increased. There has been no evidence of a decrease in the purchase of sex work in Sweden, or that the people who sell sex are better off. But in 2010, the Swedish government declared the Swedish model a success, and that any negative consequences, including increased stigma against sex worker, quote, must be viewed as positive from the perspective that the purpose of the law is indeed to combat prostitution, unquote. In other words, if the state wants to eradicate sex work, it may do so by eradicating sex workers. The fundamental danger of the Nordic model is that it gives clients more power over sex workers because they have less chance to screen out the bad ones due to them being less willing to give details, and they will withhold phone numbers, etc., preventing the sex workers' use of Client Eye app and similar resources, which allow them to warn others of time wasters or aggressive and dangerous customers. What about exit programs? The Nordic model supporters might claim that there are exit programs, but sex workers' own experiences show that these pay the barest lip service to the idea of actually helping them once they've quit. I will point out here that sex workers themselves also support the idea of exit programs for people who want to leave the job. However, exiting sex work is not something that can be enforced by law. It has to be done by providing adequate support mechanisms, especially financial, to replace sex work income. So what about sex trafficking? Well, one of the classic claims of the Nordic model supporters is that they are doing it to, quote, stop sex trafficking, unquote. However, this ignores the fact that illegal trafficking and consensual sex works are entirely not the same thing. For a start, more people are actually trafficked for labour than sex work in the UK, according to research by the Howell Foundation, yet the Nordic model supporters don't seem to want to close down nail bars and stop domestic works or fruit picking, etc., because some people are trafficked into those jobs. Nor do they want to arrest the people who go to nail bars or buy fruit in order to end demand in those industries. If trafficking happens in manual labour, we address it by improving labour rights. The sex industry, however, is made illegal and driven underground, making it less safe. Additionally, we don't make labour rights contingent on which part of your body are involved in the labour. Sex workers want to stop exploitation and coercion as much as anyone, and of course they are the ones best placed to spot and identify it and report it, but they can't if they risk arrest or harassment by the police if they do so. Here are some of the perennial myths about sex work that the abolitionists like to include in their campaigning material. A classic claim is that clients buy consent and that once they have paid their money, they can do anything they want to a sex worker. This is nonsense, of course. A client no more buys the consent of a sex worker than you buy the consent of a plumber, dentist, or therapist. I should point out here that the New Zealand decriminalisation law specifically states that sex workers can withdraw consent at any time. The abolitionists also like to repeat the results of a questionnaire which said that 89% of sex workers want to leave the job. What they don't say is the question was actually, would you leave the job if you had an alternative that paid better? I think you'll find if you ask most people, they would say that they would leave their jobs if they had an alternative that paid better. Abolitionists like to use expressions like prostituted women to refer to sex workers, which implies that they're all forced into it and it is something that is done to them, so they're all victim. This completely denies sex workers agency and choice. Also, please note that they never seem to refer to men or trans people. Clearly, they don't care about them or think that they need rescuing. They also like to use the word pimp, which is used to imply abuse and coercion and exploitation of sex workers. But if you want to hire an actor or a musician, you don't necessarily approach them directly. You contact their representative, who will sort out the booking, arrange the terms, and then take a percentage of the fee for their work. These people are called agents or managers, which are much less pejorative terms. Sex workers, quote, sell their bodies, unquote, is another abolitionist cry, but offering someone a service for money is no more selling their body than any other worker sells their body to their employer. I'd mention here that there are plenty of other jobs which have a much higher risk of injury or causing long-term debilitating conditions, etc., yet there are no campaigns to make it illegal to employ people in these professions. So, what do sex workers want? Sex workers want full decriminalisation, as has been introduced in New Zealand and New South Wales, and most lately in the Northern Territories in Australia. Decriminalisation removes laws that put unnecessary barriers in the way of sex workers, such as requiring licenses, registration on government databases, compulsory medical tests, and which treats sex work just like any other form of employment with the same rights and protections for workers. It also removes the police as regulators of the sex industry and repeals laws that are specific to sex work. Decriminalisation also gives much better relationships between sex workers and police because the workers know that they're not going to be ignored or told it's just part of the job, or they shouldn't have started in the first place. 5 years after introducing decriminalisation, the New Zealand Prostitution Law Review Committee carried out research and found that there was no evidence of an increase in the number of sex workers nor a rise in trafficking in the country. Among the organisations whose members have issued statements that have supported decriminalisation are Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, the World Health Organization, the Lancet Journal, the British Medical Journal, Doctors Without Borders, the Global Alliance Against Trafficking of Women, Freedom Network USA, the National Union of Students, and, most importantly, the House of Commons' own Home Affairs Select Committee on Prostitution, who produced a report in 2016 recommending decriminalisation. So, what can you do about this bill? Well, please write or email to your MP. As mentioned previously, you can find their details at the website theyworkforyou.com. That's all one word, theyworkforyou.com. Please keep your letter polite and reasonably short, no more than a side or two A4, and don't forget to include your name and postal address, otherwise MPs may well reject the letter or email. Please do this urgently because the second reading of the bill is on the 29th of January, so the sooner they hear about it, the more chance we have of getting them to oppose it. Also, of course, the Nordic model supporters will be doing their own campaigning, so the more of us write to counter their lies and distortions, the better. I will put a transcript of this talk on my website at affordableleather.co.uk/Nordic model if you want to use it as a base for your own letter. Thank you for listening.
And just a quick mention to one of our new stalls. We've actually added a new classification of stalls during 2020-21, which is virtual stalls, because they haven't actually traded at an event with us, and yet they support us through content online. So if you're a fan of the unique, the unusual, if there is something that you want to have made that symbolizes your connections, your links, what could be better than a custom piece of chainmail? Look at some of these awesome weaves and some great examples of the work that they do. Some awesome inspirational pieces there. And just a quick reminder of what the schedule is at the moment. On first Sundays of the month and fourth Sundays of the month, to replace the LAM and LAMchester events, there will be a live stream like this. And then on the alternating, or the second, third, and occasional fifth Sundays of the month, we're going to do something of a quickie to keep you entertained. You know, coming at you from 12:30, newbie introduction, healthy mental practices when available, book reading, comedy, updates, what's going on, and workshops as appropriate. Talking about workshops, let's have a look at see what Fudge is up to in his workshop. A quick thank you again to all of those who've picked up a bond to help us through these difficult times. Details up on the screen if you're interested. There's also a draw, the next one being on Sunday, the 4th of April, next Sunday. And if you're looking for a place to chat, and catch up with other people, then look no further than the Telegram group chat. Details up on the screen. Please, however, remember, it's not a pickup group. So if you want to talk to someone one-on-one, ask in public first. Or, you know what, you want to talk to me? I will monitor that group. Say, hey, Cosmic, can I have a chat with you one-on-one? And I'll say, yay, no problems. Thank you for asking. And I'll set that up. Don't be one of those people who trawls around the group pestering people because you think that you like their description. Because you know what? We can say bye-bye. Thank you very much. No, thank you very much.
Are you a superhero? Are you fighting injustice in this world? Do you want to kick COVID's butt? Then grab a mask to outlast this pandemic. If you're into the themes of punk, fetish, gender fuckery, or neurodiversity, this is for you. Come, join the other misfits, freaks, and weirdos, and celebrate your own unique expression!
Here we have affordable leather products range of thuddy suede floggers, available in lightweight straight tail and super heavy loop tail versions. This is an example of our lightweight suede straight tail floggers. They have a mostly thuddy impact with a little bit of flick on the end of the tails. They come in black, red, black and purple, black and red, and the new black and green. This is an example of one of our super heavy thuddy suede floggers. They weigh half a kilo and the tails loop back up to the handle, meaning there's no sting, just a lovely deep down thump sensation. They're available in black, red, black and purple, and black and red. You can find all of our discipline equipment on our website at affordable-leather.co.uk.
And if you're looking forward to catching up and finding out the latest on Ironic Crafts, just to let you know, they'll be down at the farm. Also, quick one, we've got the domain peerkink.com. So if you have the resources and want to give us a shout and help put together an online and virtual one, there are various options on the platforms. The problem is we're having problems on the databasing and the archiving of the back end. So if you've got skills in that area, please give us a shout. Let's see what we can do. Speaking of workshops, here's a great mini workshop. I showed it earlier, but it's worth showing again from Ironic Crafts themselves. And a quick shout out to anyone who's interested in providing a workshop. You know what? We pay people to give workshops. Yep, that's right. If you've got something in your head that you want to share, you want some cash, we'll give you £50 cash. Simple as that. As long as the content is kink positive and suitable for broadcast on the platforms we use. Simple. However, if you want a prize for your organisation or you want £100 worth of LAM cash to spend, just yourself amongst the stalls, then we'll also quite happily upgrade it to that. Simple as that. Just get in touch with us. Doesn't have to be a unique subject, although we're really interested in hearing on subjects that aren't particularly well covered. That's one of the reasons that we're probably the first people to have archived a lactation workshop, because I was told it was unusual, it was obscure, it needed a little bit of extra voice. So that's exactly what we gave it, an ability to share that knowledge and resource with people, because we archived it on their behalf. So get in touch if you want to put something through. We've got a couple of interesting ones coming up in the next couple of weeks and months, but you'll have to keep an eye on the schedules and what's going on for there.
Kill me again, Mr. Bartender, please. I need a shot and I'm begging on my knees. The way to fight is one battle at a time. You may have won today, but I'll see you at the finish line. All is fair in love and war. You Here we just feel welcome.
And as we come through and close out for today, it just leaves me to say thank you to the stalls that make up London, page 1 and page 2. And obviously, as it's a LAMchester Sunday, the stalls from LAMchester. And God, I'm looking forward to getting back up and exploring the Northwest again on the 23rd of May. And obviously, not forgetting our new virtual stalls as well. So that just leaves me to say thank you for watching. Stay safe. We'll be soon with you as soon as we can. Hey, we can now say that's the 17th of April, the 24th of April, and now the 23rd of May as well. I think you'll find there's a few more dates going to get slipped in there as we can confirm things as well. But you know what? There is a lot going on. We've got to make sure the details are all right before we give you them the final heads up. My final thing is to say thank you all the LAM and LAMchester guests and crew, and thank you for the stalls for their messages and ongoing support. We'll look forward to seeing you next Sunday which will be Sunday, the 4th of April. Ready for LAM Live.